a book in my office that I always want to give you.
Okay. Brevity is it? Soul of wit or some such thing?
It's a picture book of how science works.
Ah, all right.
I
Well,
thought you
I could
should
learn
be
something.
Teaching. You should be a teacher.
Yeah.
Really, he should be a
I
teacher.
know he's so good with the hands-on stuff.
Mhm.
They always need teachers, Chris.
They always need teachers. Nice benefits.
Madam Mayor, it is 5:06 and we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Lake Worth Beach Special City Commission meeting on the CRA Board interviews of Thursday, June 26, 2025. May I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May,
Present.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Okay, we have, I believe, I'm looking at the list here. And we have to pledge the flag. It's on the other side as well. Commissioner McVoy will lead us in the pledge.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So we have, I believe, 13 people to interview. And what I'm going to suggest is, and I met with the city clerk a little earlier, to have, I think we've done it like this before, that everyone gets a minute to introduce themselves and then 4 minutes for questioning or other comments. I see your light on. I was going to suggest that we at least have one or two questions that are common to each applicant, like, my example was going to be, what do you see the role of the CRA as being, number one, and number two, how do you see yourself in that role, in that role? So does that, just to start out as questions, is that okay? And then everybody else can ask questions. Okay. Ms. May?
In light of the fact that we have only one thing on the agenda for the next part, I wanted to make sure that we didn't rush through these.
Right.
Because we could do, if we go past 6, I mean, I know they might have, I don't have a problem with that.
Right. And
I want to make sure, because this
And
is,
it's her birthday.
well, no, but this is important. And I want to make sure that if somebody has another question, that they don't get cut
no,
off.
I agree.
The
one
other
or-
thing is, since we are here, can we finish the process tonight? Because we've now moved 2 things to July 1st.
I would be in favor.
Can
of
we
fin-
finish the process so that people here know what happened and we can be done and they can start next week
I have a question for the attorney.
or not next week, in
Mr.
2
Tris-
weeks?
Mr. Tricia, after tonight, if we did not vote tonight, would we be free to call the applicants and ask them questions, additional questions?
That's kind of tough because then you're having a public process, and if
Mhm.
you're following up privately, how does anybody else know what
Okay.
happened? So I would suggest not.
Okay.
Tonight is, and the second question is, were you asking me if you can go ahead and vote tonight?
Yeah, if we voted tonight, would they be able to take office next for the July CRA meeting on the 8th?
Madam Mayor,
Madam Clerk?
the terms are good through August 21st. So even if you were to vote tonight, they would not be starting until August 21st.
So there's no rush.
That is, but Carla's is,
That's a scrivener's error. They all should be August 21st.
Okay.
Hers is, for some reason, it's been on there as July 31st. That's incorrect. I checked with the CRA. So you're doing it a little in advance because they have to take ethics training before they attend a meeting. And so for anybody new, it'll give them time to sort of get ready for the first meeting, which would be probably September.
so we could
When-
still
when-
vote though, correct, tonight?
So, right, back to Commissioner Mays and your question, your agenda says you're interviewing.
Yeah.
If you want to vote tonight, I would suggest you make a motion to amend the agenda to add the fact that you're voting. Now, or you can keep it and vote in your next regular meeting.
Okay, well.
I mean, I'll make a motion that we vote tonight.
Second.
So you made a motion that you're amending the agenda to include voting.
That's kind of what I meant.
I know that's what you meant. That's what I heard.
Yeah, good.
Are you going to be able to have an answer to my question tonight?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, I already have a preliminary answer.
Okay,
I should know within 15 minutes.
okay, thank you. All right, so all in favor? Aye,
Aye.
thank you. As long as I know the answer to that one
Did
question.
you vote, Mr.?
I'm gonna vote no for the following reason, that I am not in general in favor of us making major changes at the last minute. I think the whole reason for backup is you tell people what you're gonna do, and that's what they expect you're gonna do. So I will, on that reason, vote no. I understand it won't make any difference, so
Thank
there you
you.
go.
Duly noted.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir, ma'am.
I have a question for city attorney. The appointments are currently on the July 1st agenda. So it's not a problem to change them for tonight.
Again, they could vote on it tonight, and if you want to just simply ratify it on July 1st, I mean, it's up to you. You obviously could make your decision tonight, or you can mull it over and.
I mean, I kind of wanted a couple of days to mull it over, but I'm not going to fight. It does, I don't think it's.
Is there any?
I just think it's kind of more fair to the people for us not to mull it over. I don't know. I mean,
Not to say-
like your first thing was, can we call them? Like, I just think I don't want to give that space in between. It just doesn't seem like we would be deciding on their answers to the questions as well as what we have here if we have time in between. I don't think it looks as sunshiny.
Well, no, sunshine is only, there's no sunshine
It's
between
transparency,
boards.
not sunshine. It's
We
transparency.
can't sunshine, they can't sunshine, but we can talk to anybody we
But
want.
according to, no, because if we're hearing from them, let's say that Carla has something to say, she's not going to call all 5 of us to tell us.
She doesn't have to.
But according to the attorney, she does. Because those would be private conversations that would, right? That would be something that we would be voting
I'm not
on.
saying she can call you, but it's, how do you factor it into your decision-making process, which is supposed to be a public process?
So to keep it all even.
Right.
You're now getting information outside of this process.
I mean, not to say they didn't call us before, but
Right.
I mean,
not that she did.
It's,
But we already voted, so.
Yeah, okay. So now in terms, and I agree, we have a lighter agenda tonight. And I wanted to point out, the second meeting of tonight, it says to follow special meeting number 1. It doesn't give a direct time.
Right, so it doesn't
So-
matter
so
how
we can
long we
run a
take.
little, right, we can
Yeah.
run over a little bit. Okay. Mr. Sigrich.
I just had a quick question to the city attorney. Since the CRA board members serve at the pleasure of the commission, do we have to stick to the August 21st or August 31st
They
timeline?
don't.
And this area actually is different than your other boards. They have an actual term. So they don't truly serve at the pleasure. If you're going to remove them, you have to go through a process to remove them.
Understood.
There's actually a property interest in being
And
named
it's
on the
CRA
board,
member. I know, when I reached.
not on boards.
Surprised.
Okay, so how do we feel about having 1 or 2 uniform questions of each person? So we have a basic line to start with.
So agreed.
Agreed, Mr. Big Boy?
I'm not a very uniform guy, but I'll try.
No, this is just to start off. So we all, okay. And how do you see the role of the CRA as the question?
Oh,
Or the
That's
mission.
your
we don't
question.
each ask it, somebody
Right,
else.
right. So that's,
Oh, that's
that's the
fine.
first
Oh, no, I
question.
thought we
Yeah.
each would be able to ask
Then we'll
her.
have questions. That's just like a basic question.
Okay.
And then you ask your question.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
What a group.
So
What a
you're,
group.
the question for everybody's going to be, what do you see as the
No,
mission?
no. I'll ask the question. First question, what do you see as the role of the CRA? They answer that question and then it's open to whatever other questions you have.
Okay.
So we all know
That
what
we-
they're,
right.
so we all get an idea of how they see their role of the CRA.
And we all hear
And we all
them
hear.
answer the same question,
Exactly.
which seems reasonable.
Now, one more thing. We could ask the applicants to, as a courtesy, we can't demand. We could ask them as a courtesy to step out of the room so that everyone doesn't hear what the other people are saying. I don't know how y'all feel about that.
That is how we did it.
We've done it,
Well-
but we can't tell them to do it, but we can ask them as a courtesy, so that
We interviewed.
it's like witnesses at a trial. You just, you don't know what the other
The
one.
problem is that they can hear everything in the
Well, does
hallway.
it out? Does it? Is it
Yeah,
going?
It goes into the
He's
hallway.
gone. He's gone.
I mean, if we can turn that off, yeah, but it does, like, if you're in the bathroom, you can still hear it.
Our IT.
The men's bathroom, you can't hear it.
Oh,
All right, so
well.
all go to
One
the
of my
men's
complaints.
bathroom.
5-minute recess so I can discuss that one question.
Sure, I need a 5-minute recess to talk to Glenn for just a second.
Can we try to get IT up here to turn off the speakers to the outside?
They could go in the room.
I think they could just turn off the television.
You can hear the audio? in
Yeah.
there? You can in the minutes. That's weird.
That is weird. They can't just watch us outside on YouTube.
We'll trust that they understand the logic of
Say something. Say something,
testing. 1, 2, 3.
Say
Can you
something.
hear us out there?
something,
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
something.
Judy show here.
Like the Ren and Stimpy show. Given my age.
I was gonna say, I don't know that one.
We are.
I watched very little television, so. Or lived under a very big rock, one or the other.
There's something to be said for that, though. TV rots your brain.
Looks like fun. I might,
You remember?
I do remember that, yes.
Great way to teach kids. Why are we doing this so early if we can't do anything until April? Because they have to do their, they have to go through their stuff with the lawyer, they have to.
I don't know why.
They have to do ethics training. Okay, they have to do all of that before I can sign. I thought they wanted it before they were doing budget. Okay. But John's on. So I know that, so they'll be starting in time to be part of the next budget. So this at least, if they know who they. If they know who it is, they can start the process. Okay. They're CRA attorney. Have to get them all the documents. Right, got it, okay. I mean, if I were interviewing, I wouldn't want to wait a week to find out. Of course, I'm very impatient. You said that, I didn't. Oh my God, that's gonna be in my head all night. What's up? Spider pig. Spider pig, spider pig. Does whatever a spider pig does. Simpson. Well, what that was all about was that is my nephew. And I didn't think he'd be able to serve on a board because when I learned that with about my sister when I got elected and we went out with, we just got the legal opinion, he cannot serve. So. Nope. Well, that was.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
I want to inform you and the commissioners that I just got an email from Sarah Martin.
Yeah.
She had an emergency and will not be able to
Oh.
participate. And so I guess I should also be removing Mr. Shonley.
Yes.
Okay, so we're down to.
You guys might be in just by default.
Did
We're
you,
down to 11 people then.
did we offer her the chance to Zoom? Sarah Martin?
Yes, everybody had, she can't make it at all.
Okay.
Yeah, there are, I think, 3 people. Okay, having said all that, if you would, as a courtesy, want to sit outside, the TV out there has been turned off, just to give a little, you know, a
Independence.
friendly courtesy to your fellow applicants, I would ask you to do that. Otherwise, we're going to get started. So, Madam Clerk, are you keeping track of our time?
Yes, so I will do a minute for the introductions. I will set 4 minutes, but I won't cut one of the commissioners off. I'll maybe give a warning that we're at 4 minutes, and since we're not rushing to get through it,
Yeah.
they might get a little more time.
Yeah, I don't want to rush. I also don't want to dawdle.
Got it.
And I'm looking at you.
I did notice that.
Okay, great. So we're ready to get started. Okay.
Yes.
Since we are voting tonight, do you think she could explain how we're going to do that?
Sure.
Okay, so you have a sheet, you have 2 sheets at your on the dais. One you can make notes on as each person is interviewed, and then the other sheet is the tally sheet. You just will either check off 5 people or put an X in the box. And then when we're getting ready to do the vote, we will go by district, and you will tell me your 5 choices, and I will keep track here. This is how we did it at the previous meeting. I had to watch it to see how we did it because I didn't remember. So then each of the 5 of you will let me know, and I will keep track and let you know the who the 5 people who got the 5, the most votes of the 5.
Okay, thank you. Ms. May.
I'm just thinking about ties, and maybe I'm making too much of this. Do we
Yes.
rank them 5, 4, 3, 2, 1?
No.
So we just pick 5 all equal.
Yeah, so you'll just check them off or put an X, and then when it's your turn, you'll tell me your 5 people, and I will be tallying them.
In no particular order. Okay, thank you.
Correct. Yes, no particular order, because it's just 5 spots. There is no ranking.
Okay.
Carla Bloxson is first. We're doing it alphabetically to be
And here
fair.
she comes. So you'll tell her when a minute is up.
I will.
Thank you. Is your microphone turned on? Turn on your microphone. There you go. Good evening, Ms. Bloxson. Welcome aboard. You've got a minute.
Okay, my name is Carla Bloxson. I live in District 2. I've been a community partner in Lake Worth for the past 28 years. I belonged on the board of For the Children, Salvation Army, my neighborhood association, and I feel that I'm able to listen and reach consensus with the people that I serve. I joined the CRA in May of 2021. And one of the things we did was we moved our meetings to City Hall, which was great. And we've had diversity on our board. We've reached a consensus with most things. We had shorter meeting times. My achievements while on the board, and I've worked for the Gulf Stream, WMODA, Deco Green. We had facade and infrastructure grants. We've worked on affordable housing. And I'm really pleased with where we are as far as the future of the CRA. I'd like to expand the board boundaries. I'd like it to be more on the west side and also to the north and to the south areas of the city. I think that we can do more by listening to the people and looking at the needs of the city, but we've certainly done a good job as far as bringing money into the city. And I know everyone says that money goes back into the CRA, but we use that money to make sure that we do future projects. So it's not that the money is being wasted, and eventually the properties will go on the tax rolls.
Thank you. That's a minute.
Quite good, quite good. So we're going to ask this one basic question, what do you see the role of the CRA being?
The role of the CRA?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that the CRA needs to be a bridge in the city to make sure that we increase our tax revenue, that we make sure that the people are heard within the city. And when we make decisions, that we look at all areas of the city. We've spent a lot of time working within the CRA district, and I know that that's found by law. But I'd like us to say, how do we bridge something on the west side of the city? How do we help those people on the south end of the city? And so once we change the district, certainly we'll be able to do that. But I was happy that we work along the Dixie corridor. So I think that we need to start listening to the people and saying, what is it you want? But definitely have more infrastructure and investments.
Thank you. Okay, it's open for questions. District 1, good idea. District 1.
You answered every question that I already had written down, so it's really not fair. My questions were, what is the CRA boundaries? Who governs the CRA? How many meetings have you attended? Which obviously that's a no-brainer. And can you name 3 projects the CRA completed? And you just rattled off 5. So
Mrs. McBoy.
You mentioned the need for listening to the people. How would you do that?
I work with several different types of organizations within the city. That is a lot of different people. On the south end, it is underprivileged people who don't have very much money. I also work with the women's group of Lake Worth, Town and Country Garden Club, which this is probably 60, 70 women who are over the age of 60 who have a lot of time and they have a lot of questions and have a lot of opinions. So I certainly listen to them. My neighborhood association, we have 110 homes. I was the president for 7 years. So I certainly hear a lot of their opinions as well. So I think I keep my ear to the ground and people are find me very approachable because they certainly tell me what they think.
Thank you. District 3.
Thank you. In your application, you wrote, we must strike a balance that ensures our economic needs are met and provides a better quality of life for our citizens. And you said that was striking a balance between no development and pro-development. Can you describe your ideal balance?
Yes, we have one of the highest millage rates in the county. We cannot continue to sustain that. Plus, the city's budget is often constrained. We don't have enough money because we don't have enough projects. So we need more investment. WMOTA is a perfect example. They're spending $60 million to bring that museum to this city. That's something that we need. Okay. We also need to talk about the people say no development. The people who are no development don't understand that without development, we're going to have higher taxes. And so if you want your taxes to stay as high as they are or higher or be the highest millage rate, then be content with no development. But there are very few ways that you can increase our revenue for this city without investment.
Thank you.
Mr. Sigwich?
How do you see the CRA working to improve the Dixie Highway corridor to attract more businesses?
One, we have to contact the businesses that are on the Dixie corridor. And we have a lot of small businesses, and I'd like to contact them individually so that they can apply for facade and infrastructure grants. One of the things that happened recently is on the south end, we had a funeral home that was working, and they came to a meeting and they said, we've been struggling, and they have been struggling for at least 7 or 8 years to open. And so after the meeting, Commissioner Muller said, please contact the CRA. I met with them and we talked, and I told them, identify your needs. And for our next cycle, which will begin in October, I want you to put in an application. So we're going to have to be more aggressive with including the people that are along the Dixie corridor on both ends of it.
And what do you see the role of the CRA in terms of attracting new businesses to the downtown area?
I think that we need to work with the downtown business district and work with the people who actually are there so they can encourage people to come. But when a business is struggling, the CRA does step in and they can come to us and ask us for advice. One of the things CRA did recently was to pay to get the sidewalks cleaned. And it was probably, I think, $10,000. And so we're trying to meet those needs as they come up. We're not shirking our duty and saying, oh, we're just going to lay back and collect the money. We're asking them, what do you need? But we also need to work on our commercial electric rates. These are things that would make a person not want to come. We need to handle our permitting process. And I know that you guys are going to be looking at that, and I hope that we'll be able to streamline it and make sure that we have some recommendations to cut the time from when you put in the permit to when you get it. And also, when you have a permit going, it's nice that you can go online to look at it, but it's also nice to be able to call somebody and know who's assigned or know who will be able to assist you with your project directly. And that's the type of thing that I like for businesses to have as well.
Thank you.
Ms. We're going to go back. Do you have any other questions? Mr. Boy?
Can you tell me what business, you mentioned expanding the CRA to the west. Can you tell me what businesses you've been in on Lake or Lucerne west of Dixie Highway?
Business that I've been in separate restaurants west of Lucerne.
Can you tell me a little more about them? How you would include them or what you know about them?
The bazaar, I had dinner there several times. I've and also worked with the gentleman who's, I can't think of his name now. He's developing the brewery and the museum above. So I've been working with him. So I think that there's bakeries along on the west side of the city that I've been in and worked with.
Okay, does anybody have anything else? Okay, if we have more time, do you want to make a final, I think you have a few seconds.
Actually,
No.
we're
Yes.
at 4 minutes, but I wanted everybody to finish up.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, then next up is Pamela Triolo Clahane. I am. Well, when it's printed and I can actually read it, it's much more help.
I should have been a doctor. My hand
Should have
script
been
is.
stopped.
Madam Mayor, fellow commissioners, I'm Pam Triolo Clahane, 410 North Ocean Breeze. Been involved with the city in a variety of different ways. Of course, you know, as mayor, but from neighborhood association to parishioner at Sacred Heart Church to involved in just about every nonprofit organization that has come through here, from Meals on Wheels to working with Friends of Abused Children, with working with a lot of organizations throughout the years. Even moved away for a couple of years, thought you got rid of me, and I keep coming back because I love it so much. I love the city. I've spent my life here. My husband and I bike rode through this city to find a home, our first home, and make this our home. And darn it, I love the city very, very much. People say, you know, what do you miss most about being mayor? And towards the end there was a lot I didn't look forward to, but I would say that during the course of 10 years, the best part was having a plan to help people or to create something that was really needed and wanted, and having a team behind me to get it done and to make them happy. I mean, that is the best part of being mayor, and having so many great people behind you to help make that happen. There was $0 in new development when I got there, and we had millions and millions of dollars by the time I left. You know, people think then there wasn't one skyscraper among them in that
Thank
10.
you. That's a minute.
Thank you. Okay, our basic question is, what do you see the role of the CRA?
The CRA has, I love what it's done in regards to affordable housing. I mean, my first impact with the CRA were the NSP2 grant and the homes. I probably went to every NSP dedication ceremony, and watched what it did and how it changed lives in our community. And I've become friends and remained friends with many people that live in those homes. And I still remember the first one when I went and picked up bread. I didn't know, what do you bring? What do you bring to one of these things in my first one? And stopped and got bread and thought about the salt in the bread and the things. And it just made me cry. I was the crying mayor at those events, but boy, oh boy, how I saw it made it such a difference. And it made such a difference in our city. I love going by the one house that I know to be dedicated on 10th Avenue North and seeing that lawn look so beautiful and all the flowers that she's planted, and know that this is what our community is all about, seeing people work together, from Habitat for Humanity, from Adopt a Family. They spent that money well, and they did an amazing thing. We saw almost 200 properties go up over the course of that time, and finished out some of the apartments too, and next to the Publix lot. A lot of projects I think we need to continue. Now working in real estate, I see the problems. How many calls I get probably a week for people looking for rentals, and $1,500 is hard to find these days for a 1-bedroom rental. So we really need to work harder at that. And I think that the CRA I also see, of course, is bringing in opportunity. Remember, we're a built out city. So it's not like we have these big swaths of land to do things with. I always kind of thought of it like a chess game. Every property, no matter where it was, how big or how small, was an important piece of the city's fabric, because we're about the infill and what can we do on that property, which is very important to think about. The other thing too is that it's not about building height. And of course, we've had those arguments over the years too, but because you had no rules for so many years, and you have a single family house next to a triplex, next to a duplex, next to a, it's just so crazy the way the land is plotted out from the lack of rules back in the day, that you really have to look at compatibility. instead of height? What looks good and what blends in with the community so it doesn't impose and make problems for the community? So there's a lot of ways to look at things. And I think that you have to look at all sides.
Thank you. We're going to start with Mr. Segbridge this time.
So if you were to rank some of the activities of the CRA in terms of order of importance of what we need right now between infrastructure, affordable housing, and beautification projects such as the facade grants and so on, how would you rank those three?
It's hard to rank them because there's such different animals. And I think that you could do them all simultaneously, to be quite honest with you. But the affordable housing right now, it's reaching everybody. It's come out. It's just an effect of what's going on in the world right now. And I think it has to be addressed. Number one. Number two, I'm sorry, what was the second one? I know you had
Infrastructure.
I'm a big infrastructure nerd. So that to me is necessary. We're starting to, we did some patchwork and we did some new work. And you're talking about roadway infrastructure or okay. I think that's probably two. And facade grants are a perk of being a part of your community. Those grants, I think, are fantastic. They'll make a lot of difference. Like I said, I think all three can happen simultaneously because they're different pockets. But
Thank you.
It's me.
Hi,
Hi.
quick question. Since you've been back here in the city, are you a member and are you participating in your neighborhood association?
yes, I'm not quite a member yet. In fact, we talked to Anthony about that the other day when we went to the beach club for the meeting. So we're back on. We're going to be back a member of Paracove.
Good. Okay. And so one of the things that I've seen happen at the CRA meetings, and I don't have an opinion on it either way, but it seems that sometimes it's the same people coming forward in front of the CRA asking for money just because they know it's there. How would you help other people learn about what's available through the CRA and not just keep kind of funding the same people that are in the know?
You have to spend the time and seek them out.
How though?
Being a part of the community, going to different types of community meetings and different organizations. I think the charities that I'm involved with and visit, I think, I tend, because I have some institutional knowledge of the city, it helps me to know what organizations to reach out for, thinking, okay, that would be perfect. I heard they were asking about X, Y, and Z. This is a perfect project for them. And I'm still even in business now, sort of putting pieces together. Like I just found a lease for the Todd English space, and they'll be moving in to that space. But I think it's a really good, I think it's a terrific local, young, fresh, affordable, a place that I think that's been kind of lacking from that location, that has exceptional and everyday stuff, realizing that the types of people that make a business a success downtown. We haven't quite reached the spot for, we've got very expensive restaurants now downtown, but the everyday kind of place that the Lake Worthians like myself and now me walking downtown, we manage a restaurant every week, a new restaurant every week. And I know that I've walked my calories off, Miss Jim, that I walk my calories off by the time I get home.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Madam
Yep.
Mayor,
Yep.
just to let you know, just to clarify, I'm only timing the responses. I'm not timing the actual questions because but just to let you know, we are at 4 minutes.
Okay, then very briefly, Mr. McBoy, I know it's a challenge.
I'll keep it brief.
You mentioned affordability. I don't know if you're aware, but when the mid went in, there are, as you probably know, there are a number of pretty low key apartment buildings behind that to the west. Their rents doubled when the mid went in. So how would you deal with development and its sort of secondary effects on reducing affordability in the city?
Well, it's something more that you have to look at in regards to an administration standpoint, but there's no laws that you can do about it. We know that these places that are behind there are going to charge whatever it is that they can charge. And as neighborhoods improve, unfortunately, that disenfranchises a lot of people to take advantage of the system. And, you know, I know when I was there, forgive me for saying this, trying to run slumlords out of there for jacking up prices and doing some of the things that they were doing. We'll have to be better on that. And maybe, you know, as a team together, we can work on dealing with some of those situations.
Thank you, Ms. Malega.
Simple question. What are the boundaries for the CRA?
Oh, geez, I knew you were going to ask me that. Dixie Highway, downtown, west of Dixie along Lake and Lucerne. And I'm not sure how far south to 6th Avenue South, maybe?
Almost to 7th. You're almost perfect.
Oh, good.
Half of C Street.
Okay.
The reason
Thank
I'm asking
you.
that question is because having the board members like Ms. Carla Bloxson is in the district. And it's funny because I see almost all the applicants none of them have applied from the district, which is eye-opening. But the reason I ask that question is because I want to know that somebody knows where the district is and you're not out knocking on the doors and getting hopes of somebody that they can apply for a grant. And then all of a sudden they find out, oh, I'm not even in the CRA district anyway. So it's not just the knowledge of knowing the boundary. It's if you're going to be the board member who's out there doing the things like Commissioner Segrich and Commissioner May have said, you have to have knowledge of what side of the street you can be on and whose door you can knock on and try to get their hopes up that there's going to be help for them. And that's why I asked that question. Thank you.
And just so you know, too, I've been to the Limone, Tortilleria, you know, I'm a foodie. And that question was asked earlier about, and Westlake Upholstery.
Thank you. Okay, if no one has any other questions, I think we're over our time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Leah,
Mayor,
yes?
the next applicant is Leah Forish, and she is on Zoom.
Is she now? Leah Birch, welcome.
Hi. Sorry about that. When you asked us to exit the room for the other interviews, I didn't know how to other than turning off my volume. So I looked up and saw things were lit up and had a little panic.
Okay, no problem. Your timing was impeccable. You have a minute to introduce yourself, and then we're going to ask you one basic question. What do you see the role of the CRA? And then each commissioner will ask you a question.
Certainly.
All
So
right.
my name is Leah Furt. Oh, sorry. Initially, hello, everybody. And I'd like to thank Madam Clerk for facilitating this. I happen to be in my Rhode Island office right now. I'm a practicing lawyer. And I got to tell you, so Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, it was 12 degrees hotter up here than it was down there. And today it's cold and rainy. So I'm missing my South Florida. I've lived in town since about 2012. My husband and I bought at a time that housing prices were wildly depressed. And that has made me very aware of what people are experiencing now when they're looking at our increasing values and the ways in which we need to provide some relief in terms of affordable housing. I've been on the CRA for quite a while. It's been a very interesting experience. I've enjoyed most minutes of it. I'm active downtown. We're regularly patronizing restaurants and what stores we kind of currently have, as well as the theater and the playhouse. I'm a pretty simple person. That's kind of it for my introduction.
Okay, then your basic question is, what do you see as the role of the CRA?
Okay, totally. Diving right in. So I think our role is to support the economic drivers in downtown and enhance access to good housing. And when I say good housing, obviously I like it to be affordable, but frankly, some of the projects that we've done where we have either ended leases at their natural termination dates or taken over properties and rejuvenated them for affordable housing, the ways in which some people have been living in town is just unconscionable. There have been historically a lot of very bad landlords. And when people are economically depressed and they're forced to live within that scenario, I think it's amongst our civic duties to try to provide good quality, affordable housing wherever we can.
Thank you. District 1.
Can you name 3 projects since you've been sitting on the CRA board that you're proud of, that you participate in approving funds or helping get off the ground?
Absolutely. So we have added to the point of affordable housing, we have added a ton of affordable housing during my tenure on the CRA by spending the NSP grants. And I believe when you drive through the neighborhoods in which we've expended those funds, you see not only the improved place, the improved residents where we spent the NSP funds, but you're starting to see a trickle effect in the neighborhoods. And I think that's just bringing everybody up. So I would say at large, the spending of the NSP grants on affordable housing. I can't off the top of my head remember the addresses for those places, but I participated in several ribbon cuttings, and I've always driven by the properties as they appear in our agendas. I am proud of the Mid and the Bohemian, and I know those have been somewhat controversial, but I believe those have brought needed housing to our downtown. We have several projects that are upcoming that I'm very excited about, but I guess we can get to those in good course. I'd also like to mention that the CRA was instrumental in securing the circuit, which I keep calling cricket for some reason, which I think has been a boon for folks, particularly Carla's folks, in navigating our downtown.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. District 2.
Yes, I have two questions, somewhat related, both to affordable housing. I was at a Treasure Coast Regional Planning meeting just recently and was quite surprised to see, because I hear all the time exactly what you said. Oh, we've built an enormous amount of affordable housing in Lake Worth. And they put up some graphs of number of units built by municipalities, both completed by 2024 in pre-development and some other categories. And we were very much on the low end of those numbers compared to other municipalities, which I'm curious about. I don't have any reason to not believe the source because it was another agency, but so I'm curious about that. But I have a separate question, and you can respond to that if you know anything in comparison to other municipalities.
Well, sorry.
Go ahead.
I will mention that when I consider some of the other municipalities in light of Lake Worth, we are a smaller geographic area. And so I think sometimes those numbers get skewed just based on the fact that we are a small city. And we just don't have kind of the land mass to bring these gigantic communities. I would also mention that I went to the Housing Heroes Luncheon where Jonah Leva, our director, received an award. Several of the commissioners were there, and I think everyone would agree that at that Housing Heroes Luncheon, when they put up the numbers, Joan was in disagreement with the numbers that they were displaying for us. She believed that they were inaccurate on the low side.
Okay, sounds like there's controversy there. You mentioned that it's unconscionable, the living conditions, and everybody in Lake Worth should have access to quality and affordable. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. What do you say to the places where the conditions are perhaps not that good, but there are people being able to afford living there because the conditions are not that good? Is your feeling they should be pushed out? Would you push them out before you had provided equal price, which might mean that you have several families sharing the rent, but much better quality? How would you deal with that?
That's a very big question. I think, look, I think there's a minimum standard at which people should be able to live. And I think if landlords are not providing at least that minimum standard, running water, freedom from pests, safe, then I don't think that person has the right to be a landlord. Now, where do those people go? I mean, hopefully we've got some affordable housing that would provide them with an alternative. But I think, saying good enough is good enough, I don't think works. And I think that's part of the core tenets of the CRA. I think we need to bring economic drivers so there's more cash coming into the city and thus more cash to be spent in the city, improving the lives of the residents. But your question's a little bigger than I'm able to immediately answer. Ideally, I would love for everyone to be able to move immediately into a place that checks those boxes that I outlined. But we are living in the real world, and I think we have to keep doing the very best that we can to assure the safety and well-being of our residents.
Thank you. Ms. May.
I'm gonna pass. I'm just listening. I don't have anything extra.
Okay. Mr. Segridge?
What are your thoughts on how the CRA can help improve the Dixie Highway corridor?
Sure. I think we already have provided some improvements to the Dixie corridor. I'd love to do more, but I think we provided both substantive and aesthetic. There are several pockets where you can see that we've spent that grant money for external improvements. I believe John Zerty is in the room to be interviewed, and we gave him a grant to improve the exterior of the property. And I think as you drive up Dixie Highway, you'll see a lot of that. Now, I would like to mention, obviously, we can't impose our funds upon people, and we have engaged in outreach trying to get more folks along the Dixie corridor and along the west side of town to make grant applications. And it's my understanding from Chris that a lot of the times folks will show up and they'll start the grant process. They'll realize it's a little more difficult than what they want to undertake, and they stop their efforts. And like I said, we can't impose the spending upon them. Nor do I think we should loosen our grant requirements. If people want money to be given in ways that we grant it, I think they've got to do a little work to get it.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have any other, where are we at with time, Madam Clerk?
That was 4 minutes, Madam Mayor.
Well, we are doing good. Thank you very much, Leah, and wherever you are, good luck.
Thank you.
Take your Rhode Island.
Flying back tomorrow, so.
Well, safe travels. Sam Good is up next. I didn't see. Madam Clerk, is he appearing by Zoom?
No, not that I know of. He has not said anything to me, and I have not heard from him.
All right, sorry. Richard Muller is up next. Mr. Muller. Peggy's good.
Peggy's working for tips, everybody.
They're not. Well, we're still, ladies, we're still on the 5 o'clock meeting, so just, you're welcome to listen. Thank you. Ms. Muller,
Hello,
you know the rules minute, and then we ask a question.
I'll do my best.
All right.
Okay, hi. So apologize, I put all my things down. I came straight from work, so I'm wearing my City of Boca Raton stuff, so sorry about that.
Up a little bit.
Yes, ma'am. Got you. So over the past decade, my name is Richard Muller. So over the past decade, I've worked at the intersection of public service and community engagement. Currently in a role as community events coordinator for the City of Boca Raton. Prior to that, I worked for the City of West Palm doing something similar. In those roles, we've done plenty of downtown revitalization when it comes to events and engagement of spaces, public interest. Most recently with the night market there in downtown Boca Raton, I worked and I ran the Green Market in West Palm. So both major projects that draw a lot of economic development to the region. So these experiences sharpened my skills in stakeholder outreach, vendor and contract management, fiscal oversight, massive budgets, cross-departmental coordination between ourselves, CRA, DDA, and West Palm, all essential items to community development, and which I think would be crucial to an individual in this role. So I'm passionate about all of these items. My great grandfather, actually, when they moved here from Brazil to the US, one of the first things they did in the late 60s was purchase a service station here in Lake Worth, right there on Dixie Highway. It was at the corner of Cornell and Dixie. I think there's a liquor store there now. So that's where his service station was when they first moved here. My house is actually 2 blocks away from their first home that they purchased in the US. So Lake Worth has been in my family for a long time, and I hope to be able to serve it in any capacity possible. So I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. And our basic question is, what do you see of the role of the CRA? How do you see the role of the CRA?
I see the CRA kind of as more less in a physical sense, but more in creating the conditions that establish long-term success for both businesses and residents in our community. A CRA serves as a catalyst for all of these items, and some roles that the city can't exactly provide, and some that they have to work hand in hand to provide. So some of that may be events. I know Leisure Services does a fantastic job here in Lake Worth Beach, but I think there are some things that the CRA can help amplify simplify with those items to, again, draw more economic development, draw more people, providing an environment in which businesses can thrive because there are more people downtown. There are more people here to engage more tax dollars than back to the city.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I haven't asked any other questions, but I'm just going to follow up on that question.
Sure.
If you would. You've spoken a lot about events and that sort of
Yes.
thing, but there's another part of the CRA.
Yes.
That I would ask to talk about.
Sure. So economic development, when it comes to bringing in businesses here into the city, I think that they do a great job through the block grants, and beautification, of course, is a major part of that as well. Neighborhood revitalization with the purchases of homes and providing workforce housing, I think, is critical in our current economic kind of statute. So I think that there are multiple great things that the CRA does here in the city. I do think there are some areas of growth, mainly along the Dixie corridor. I know Carla has spoken at length about the expansion of the CRA district as well, or the perspective part of that, which I think will also do us a lot of good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Sigrich.
Thank you. So with some of our current larger projects, the CRA has drawn criticism, but also praise from many in the community. What are your thoughts on the current direction of our CRA, and are there things you would change, or would you continue in the same mode?
Yeah, I think that the majority of the projects that have moved forward in recent years have actually been to the benefit of the city long term. That's also prospective projects, including W Mode. I'm actually a supporter of that project. Of course, not a part of the negotiation process myself with that. But I do think that, again, like I said, there are opportunities that need to be taken with it. I think that and again, not in more recent years, but in living here as long as I have, I've seen a lot of set it and forget it when it comes to beautification projects. And there's no real follow up there to make sure that those items continue to be beautified in the long term. I think one of those, I know you all discussed as non-CRA, was one of the greenways at the south end of the city. So I'm glad that didn't move forward, because I know we can't actually take care of these spaces. So I do think that there's a lot of great initial implementation. It's the long-term follow-up that I think needs to be properly planned out whenever it comes to these projects.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I really like that last answer. Now you got me all thinking, because
Sorry.
that's really, no, that's important. It's important to have, what I hear from you is that you have, you're not just going to come up here and vote on a project. You're going to think bigger. So what I guess I want to hear is, what if you were planning the city?
Yeah.
What would it look like?
It's a fantastic question. So no, for sure.
Money's no object.
I again, living here as long as I have, I've been lucky enough, both in my life and then of course to have different perspective from my father, who grew up here, and then of course my grandparents and such. They've all seen a very different Lake Worth, from just the cottage homes to where my neighborhood was built up in the 60s over on Sunset Ridge, to expansion in the 80s where my dad was playing on sand dunes. I think that I wish, from a development perspective, we had more single family homes, but I know that that's not the track in which developers are going at this rate. Fantastic for me, because then my property value keeps going up on my own, because I was lucky enough to be able to snag one during COVID when no one was really looking for a home at that point. But I feel really bad for individuals like my coworker at the city of Boca. She just turned 25 and she's never going to be able to afford a home. She's sharing a home right now with two other people just to be able to split rent. And she lives in Deerfield, which is way expensive down there. But I feel really bad for individuals both in my age bracket as well as younger than me, and some even older than me, that just cannot afford to live even in a city where affordable housing is a major priority. And it's not just, I'm going to be able to get into the studio apartment, but they're not going to be able to physically have an actual traditional home. So if I was in charge of that kind of process, which probably would have started 40 years ago, I think that I strategically would have planned it a little bit better. Thankfully, we do have some smaller lots here in the city, so we were able to squeeze in a lot more housing over the years than some of our neighbors. Yeah, for better or worse, never know. But yeah, I think that would be one of my biggest changes if I had a magic wand. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy.
Thank you. one of the, it's a little bit perhaps a follow-up of Commissioner Segridge's comment of one of the critiques that I hear around town of the CRA is that they're not very good at hearing from or making sure they understand what wide parts of the population actually feel about things. How would you try, and is it an interest in trying to make sure that a wider swath of the community gets some input as to what we do?
Absolutely. So working in the community event space, this is something I deal with almost every single day. And I know you all probably hear it from Tiana and her team here as well. It doesn't, and this is going to sound kind of snide, so I apologize in advance, but it doesn't matter how much money you throw at messaging. It's still, if they don't want to hear it, if they don't want to connect with it, it just doesn't happen. And in my current role, we do our best to try to get the most and best information to people possible and get them engaged and get them riled up for the stuff that we do. And it just doesn't permeate sometimes. I do think that the individuals that do provide feedback to the CRA do it in a very honest and open way. Is something that I see at these meetings, also in your meetings, significantly more than I have in really any other municipality that I've engaged with. So I think that, of course, there's always room for growth and development in that. And that might be going back to just door-to-door communications, even though no one really wants to answer the doors anymore either. To have those honest community-driven conversations. And that's how the entire city will move forward, both in the operations of the CRA as well as what you all do is going to be kind of community-driven, and it has to be.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, we have exceeded the 4 minutes, just to give you a heads up.
I just have one quick question. One quick, but yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
So, I'm listening to everything you're saying.
Yes, ma'am.
And there's a whole bill that almost passed, and it was targeting the fact that they don't want CRAs doing events.
Correct.
I'm gonna put that over there. For
Yeah.
I'm gonna put that way
No,
over
I'm aware. Yes.
there. So my question is, given the fact that you do work for the fabulous city of Boca Raton, who has a lot more money than we do, the CRA meetings have an attendance policy.
Yes.
And unfortunately, we've just had to have somebody who did just resign because of the attendance.
Yeah.
Given the fact that you work in Boca and
Yep.
you work for municipal government,
Yep.
are you able to meet the 6 p.m. meetings that are here on the second Tuesday of the month,
Absolutely.
every month?
Yes.
Or is that going to be an issue for you being able to get here on time?
No, I will say the events calendar that we have at Boca Raton is very weekend oriented. Thankfully. And so I usually leave the office between 4:30 and 4:45 every day.
Okay.
Recently I've been taking A1A home every day just because 95 is a nightmare. And that takes me about 50 minutes. So I would definitely be here on time. That's the time I left today to get here. And I was here 10 minutes before 5.
Okay, so you do know there's an attendance policy? that
Yes, ma'am.
goes with Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next is Sophia Palumbo. Is Sophia here? Yes, she is. Hi, come on up. Yeah. But yeah, that we're going over. Okay, we have give a minute to introduce yourself, and then we're gonna ask you a question, and then each of the commissioners will also have a total of 5 minutes.
Okay.
So you just introduce yourself to us and
Got it.
Yeah.
We
can all hear you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Sophia Palumbo. I have been a resident of Lake Worth for 1 year now. I'm a first-time home buyer here. I grew up internationally in India and in Germany, and then have been in Palm Beach County for the last 3 years before deciding to settle specifically here. I was drawn to Lake Worth because of the strong community, a lot of culture and art influence, a lot of diversity, and I decided it's something I want to be a part of. I have a background in sustainability and urbanism. I went to the University of Florida where I studied sustainability in the built environment within the School of Architecture and Planning. I also did a degree in economics before moving on to do my master's in real estate. I currently work in corporate strategy at an investment management firm, where a lot of my work is around analyzing investment decisions, capital allocation priorities, tracking the budgets, and kind of understanding what's strategically best for the company. I think I have a unique kind of data-driven analytical view that I could bring to the CRA board, and continue to support Lake Worth as we try to sustainably grow and continue to serve our citizens the best way we can.
Thank you. What do you see as the role of the CRA?
Yeah, so I really see the CRA as a bridge between the local business community, the city, and the citizens. I think it's a great way to kind of understand the needs of the three and how we can bring them together to progress some of our revitalization and redevelopment initiatives. I think the CRA kind of has the responsibility of understanding the point of view from all three of those perspectives and how we can sustainably develop and progress initiatives in the city.
Thank you. Ms. Malega.
Thank you. Have you attended any CRA meetings?
No, I have not.
Okay, so with that being said, do you know who governs the CRA?
Carla.
So the CRA is actually governed by the state. So there's
Okay.
a whole set of different rules, and a lot of people who come onto the CRA board don't understand that there are many levels of the CRA. Yes, we appoint them. They do serve at our pleasure, but there is a whole quasi judicial process. So it's not just an advisory board.
Got it.
It's a much more intense board with a big budget. So have you watched any of the meetings on Zoom? Do you know what their workload looks like?
I think I was under the impression it was one of the advisory boards. So,
Okay.
perhaps I'm not.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. McBoy.
You mentioned that you've lived in a number of other places, so I'm guessing you bring some other perspectives of it. You probably also, although in a year you might not, but you probably have some idea that we're a pretty diverse community. And how would you envision trying to make sure that that community is heard and represented in the decisions?
For sure. Yeah. So I think community representation is something I've spent a lot of time with. When I went to the University of Florida, I spent a lot of time attending the city meetings there in Gainesville. Not done the same since moving here just yet, but I noticed that it is a privilege to be able to come to meetings that are at 5 or 6 p.m. on a weekday. Not everyone can get childcare, get in their car, come here. So I think one of the most important things you can do for community engagement is go into the community. I think events and discussions need to be happening in different geographic locations within the community at different events and meetings. I think the city here does a great job of having a lot of events, and I think having representation at those types of events is the best way to meet people where they are and hear their insight.
Do you know the boundaries of the CRA?
Yes. So I know it's along the Dixie corridor and then the downtown area, and then does not extend too far east into sort of the College Park area or anything. Yeah. So
Okay. Same.
Since moving here, have you joined your neighborhood association?
I have been trying. I live in Eden
Oh, you
Place,
don't have one.
and
Right.
I have reached out many
I'm gonna
times on
give you the
Facebook.
challenge
Okay.
of revitalizing the Eden Place Neighborhood Association and then come back here in 3 years and join the CRA.
Okay.
Because I think that's a really good way to get started on something within the city and then you can get involved further.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Mr. Savage.
You can come to our College Park meeting. So we meet the first
Okay.
Monday
Yeah.
of every month.
I've actually been trying to get in touch with them and no response. So
There isn't one now. So we'll talk.
I don't have any question.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much for your
Thank
time and
you.
welcome to the city. Thank you. for
Thank you.
choosing us. We're honored. Thank you. Up next is Greg Richtor.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
the next 4 applicants will be appearing via Zoom as they're all out of town.
So, good evening, Mr. Richtor. Well, Greg, Denise, Sandino, John Zerty, Harry Wallen, Anthony Zen. Is anybody else going to be in person tonight?
Anthony Zen will be in person. So Mr. Richtor, Ms. Sandino, Mr. Zerty, and Mr. Wallen are on Zoom.
All right, we're going to start with Mr. Richtor. Good afternoon, Mr. Richtor.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing today? And by the
Fine.
way, happy birthday, Commissioner May.
Yes.
Um,
Okay, what we're doing is we have a minute to just introduce yourself and your interest in the CRA. Then there's a general question of what you see the role of the CRA as being, and then each of the commissioners will ask you another question. We've got about 5 minutes total. So start with your minute.
okay, Greg Richtor. I've lived here in the city for the past 8 years. I've been a community volunteer almost since the day I moved in here. I've been a member of the South Palm Park Neighborhood Association since I moved here. I'm a past 3-year president of that association. Recently, I ran for city commissioner. And I have also attended many of the CRA meetings over the years, especially involved in, the projects like Madison Terrace when it first was proposed, which is now going on, the Gulf Stream, the W Moda. Mayor, as you know, you've seen me at some of the neighborhood meetings recently, just keeping people up to date on the W Moda project. And I think the CRA plays just an important role here in this city in its economic development, as well as, as we've all learned, the affordable housing aspect of it. But I've seen just many, many parts of it that it plays more than just, the economic aspect of it. It plays a lot of different roles. I have a strong background in land use prior to moving to Lake Worth. I volunteered on Fairfax County Citizens Association Land Use Task Force, and I was also on the 5-year plan review for Fairfax County, which is a large suburban county in Washington, D.C., which is where I am right now.
I'm sorry, Mr. Richtor, that's a minute of your introduction.
Thank you.
Okay. What do you see the role of the CRA as being?
Well, on the macro level, the role of the CRA is to improve the economic development within its district. But it does it in a lot of different facets, as we've seen, like big projects like W Moda, the Gulf Stream, many of the apartment complexes that go along Madison Terrace. But also, the Watchword's done a lot of work in the affordable housing, and I congratulate Joan on her recent award. But I've also taken part in, the meetings that they put together with first-time home buyers. And when I first went into real estate, I attended 2 seminars put on the CRA about starting your own business, being a small business person. So there's a lot of different roles that it plays within the district.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Segbridge.
What are your thoughts on the current direction of the CRA? Is there anything that you would take it in a different direction? Are you in agreement with the current direction?
Overall, I'm in agreement with the current direction, and especially on the major projects that we've done. I think, with the exception of the Element, I think they've done a really good job in really being out there in the community, letting them know what they do, the affordable housing. I'd like to see its role expanded, as Carla mentioned, further south. And Anthony, you and I are along the South Federal Highway. I mean, I don't know what the possibility of that happening is, but I'd love to see it down there. But overall, I'm pleased with what we're doing.
Thank you. Ms. May?
I had my question, and then it went away in my head. I was going to ask him something now. Can you come back to me?
Mr. McBoy.
I can't do it out of order.
He's gonna have to.
Sorry.
Adaptability is a fine trait.
Have to just accommodate. Sometimes the CRA in the past seems to have bought low and sold high, or the other way, bought high and sold low, which seems a little counterintuitive. Can you think of any examples where that's happened and where you might have done that differently?
Well, I mean, hindsight's always 20/20. I always I look at the building that they bought that's now going to be the Vanilla Ice project, and I think that's a good example of buying high and selling low. However, that building was historically designated, and people wanted it preserved. I would have liked to have done that. I would have liked to have negotiated that a little bit better, but. In general, I think you have to look at what is the long-term return on what the CRA. There might be short-term costs, but the long-term benefits, you have to look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Malega?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Ms. May? What?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Y'all have a great evening.
Safe trip home. Thank you. Up next is Denise. I hope I pronounced it correct. Denise Sandino. How'd I do? What's up there? Ms. Sandino?
Yeah, I am trying. Oh, okay. She should be popping. There she is.
Not yet.
Yep.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Can. Yes, we can.
Great, great. Well,
Okay, what we're doing is we have a minute to just. Hey, well, she's pretty bright.
The video is, you look a little ghostly.
oh, ooh, hold on.
Yeah, fine. You're fine. You're fine. Okay,
Better?
it's fine. You have a minute to introduce yourself, and then we're gonna ask you a general question, and then other commissioners will ask you more questions. So you have a minute to introduce yourself and why you want to be here.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Denise Sandino, and I'm a clinical research scientist. I focus in the oncology space. I've been in it for the last 15 years. I've led multi-million-dollar clinical trials and clinical programs in private firms, as well as government entities in collaboration with the FDA, NIH, WHO, et cetera. My work is steeped in ethics, standard operating procedures, regulatory compliance from national and international entities. I like to use my Lean Six Sigma black belt to design workflows that cut startup time, improve operations, and optimize my life, honestly. And I'm passionate about process improvement, transparency, equity, and access to healthcare for all populations. 3 years ago, I actually lived on the west side of Dixie, North D Street. My partner and I moved away for a year, and then we moved back. We decided Lake Worth would be where we would buy our home. So we did buy our home in the Bryant Park neighborhood in February. And while I am green in the terms of the Lake Worth Beach official community involvement as far as the CRA and the commissioners, I find this to be an opportunity with a high return on investment in both parts. I would learn from talented individuals and offer fresh perspectives in strategic planning, equitable systems, and clear and transparent communication. I've built clinical departments from nothing. I've improved public access in clinical trials and trained stakeholders across a range of settings. So I want to bring that energy to local redevelopment while ensuring the CRA benefits everyone in the community.
Thank you. What do you see the role of the CRA in the city?
So I see the CRA as a partnership that engages the community, but also protects the public trust and balances growth with access. I would like to support that program to make the city, as you've discussed with many contestants, more livable for everyone from first-time home buyers to artists to also entrepreneurs.
Thank you. Ms. Maleka, how long have you lived in the city?
So for a total about a year, and we're in June, a year and 4 months.
Thank you. Ms. Maleka?
Thank you. How many meetings of the CRA have you attended?
I have not physically attended any meetings, but I have read some of the minutes.
Okay. And do you know who governs the CRA?
Yes, Carla. I was just reading the minutes the other day.
That's not the right answer, but yes, she kind of does.
Oh, it's not? Oh.
She's the chair, but that's not who governs it. Thank you.
Mr. McBoy?
Yes, you mentioned a couple of things that caught my ear, equitable development and protecting the public trust. And you said you've only been here a year, but you had lived at two different addresses. Is it actually longer if you include both addresses, or is that the total?
It's the total. So I lived at 515 Northeast Street on the west side of Dixie. And now I live on the Bryant Park neighborhood. And I felt compelled to interview for this position because of the discrepancies that I saw living in both neighborhoods and how different they are. A prime example is simply the street sweeper. The street sweeper never passes by on the west side of Dixie, but I've seen it several times in the Bryant Park neighborhood. And I feel passionate about bringing equity to both sides of the Dixie so that our community can come up together, not just siloed based off of property values per se.
Thank you. Ms. May?
Hi, thank you and welcome to Lake Worth Beach. Can you name 3 projects that the CRA has been involved with?
Sure. So I know that there is a marketing grant. There's also the Gulfstream Hotel, and then I used to walk by these all the time, the 3 Habitat for Humanity homes down on the west side of Dixie, I think on East Street.
Excellent, thank you. One more question. Have you heard of W Moda?
I have.
And how do you feel about that project?
I'm pro W Moda. I feel like it's going to bring artistry. It's going to bring a different demographic. It's going to bring people from all different socioeconomic statuses. I think it's going to make Lake Worth more interesting. We have a beautiful community, and adding art and development and structure, even better infrastructure, I would say, it would catapult us into another level.
Excellent, thank you.
Mr. Segrich?
In regards to equitable development, would you view what the CRA is currently doing in the current direction of it as providing equitable services and development to the town? And if not, what would be some examples of where you would do it different?
From my limited knowledge of what I know is that I do think it's great for all these equitable developments, the Habitat for Humanity, like the previous board member mentioned, ensuring that there's good places to live. But there is that concern as to if you make these good places to live, you make these landlords fix up their places, they're going to charge more rent. So that is a really loaded question. And all I could do is tell you from experience living on the west side of Dixie at one point, that the people that are there are living in subpar conditions, but they cannot afford to pay more. However, if they understood the risks that they were facing living in those conditions, and if someone went there and essentially disseminated the information and disseminated the resources for them. So a lot of these people don't go online. They don't come and read the minutes. They don't know this information is out there. They don't know this help is out there. So someone that speaks their language, someone that can communicate with them, that can break things down to a level where it is actually helpful to them and maybe even walks them through the process, that is a huge help for them. Instead of just expecting someone to, go online or look on Instagram or things like that. I can even use myself as an example. When I was trying to get information about the commissioner election recently, I could not find anything online about either of them. I even looked at the CRA website, etc. I had to go up to both of the headliners and speak with them personally and ask them questions to ensure that I was well informed before making my decision. And I feel like these people would need some kind of effort from the CRA to ensure that they're, going through with these grants, or understanding that, yes, if the rent does go up, it's for their own benefit, and maybe they could make it happen. Maybe they could make Lake Worth, instead of just a place where they survive, a place where they thrive.
Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you for your interest, and we're going to be voting later tonight. So I guess the results will be either if you keep watching or whatever, but we're going to be voting tonight. So thank you very much for your interest, and welcome to Lake Worth.
Thank you very much.
Okay, John Zerty, Mr. Zerty.
He is on, he should be there any moment.
I think she was correct. She's very annoying. You were agreeing. Mr. Zerty. John.
How about now?
There you are.
Oh, good, good. I'm sorry. I was just going to say, Melissa, that my signal here at Panama City Beach is a little unstable.
Oh, unstable.
Okay, can we see you? That might be first. Yeah. Okay, well,
About,
does everyone know what Mr. Cersei looks like? Oh, no.
can you see me all right? I don't know.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you. And that's,
Oh, yeah, I have my video on, but I guess it's just
don't worry
not
about it. We all know what
you do, right? Well,
the way we're doing this is you have a minute to introduce yourself, and then we're going to
Yeah.
ask one general question about the role of the CRA, and then each commissioner has an opportunity to ask you another question. So you've got a minute to introduce yourself and tell us why you're interested in being on the CRA.
so if it cuts,
Oh, shoot.
I think one of the main things I might bring in there is a diversity of at least my interaction with the CRA. One, property does residentially as well as business wise. You know, I've been a recipient of a grant, gone through that whole process. I understand it pretty clearly. And I think that I could also help people many years there, and they're great. They've done really great. I just think I could help from a different perspective with my background for people that will go through things as I know I have as well. We do have clients sometimes that we recommend go through. We know they're in the district because, you know, if you look at the map, fit in and don't, but I know that they're on the brink of getting a good marketing and advertising, kind of looking for somebody to fit that role here for the first time. So getting out and about would be good, and I think I could also help with that. So I think in terms of what I think the CRA does, being that we have our own people understand that they have to overcome, that we really have to stimulate people, which
You are breaking up, John.
get a permit.
I'm trying to think of how we can make this more.
John, are you on a computer or your phone?
I am on the computer.
Try the phone.
I would say try to log out and log back in on the phone and maybe step outside because sometimes the computer won't give you the best connection.
You see, let me try to think of, I'll try to make the call here then.
Yeah.
7888640. Do I have to log out in order for?
Well, you'll be on both, but then you cut out the computer one. Otherwise you'll let it go. What is happening?
I don't know the conference number.
Oh geez.
All right. Melissa, can you assist?
Yeah, I'm just looking. You have the call-in numbers 877-886-4012.
Conference code now.
Can you try it one more time?
Please enter your conference code now.
You got
Code now.
How about this? Why don't we move on to Mr. Wallen, and I'll work with Mr. Zerty to try to get him on.
Okay, and Mr. Wallen is here. He's
also on
There.
Zoom. So let's
Thank you, Melissa.
you're welcome.
Mr. Wallen, good evening.
Good morning or good afternoon.
Or evening, whatever you want to pick. Can we see you, Mr. Wallen? Oh, you're in Alaska? Well, maybe not then. Okay, the way we're working this is a minute to introduce yourself. We're going to ask a general question, and then each commissioner will ask you another question. So please take your minute to introduce yourself.
There I am. Good afternoon, good evening, good
Please, no.
My name is Harry Wallen. I am a resident of District 4 in the Parrot Cove neighborhood. Retired about a year ago, where I'd served as the Chief Financial Officer for the Legal Aid Society of Palm Beach County. Also have a prior work experience with the Palm Beach Hab Center. And before that, spent 40 plus years working in executive positions in public rural healthcare systems, making sure that we came up with creative ways to ensure that everybody had access to the best quality healthcare center. Locally, I have been very active. I was one of the founding board members of Healthier Lake Worth. I've been a longtime member of the Lake Worth Rotary Club, including serving as its past president a couple of years ago, and worked with economic development throughout my career, sometimes as a recipient, sometimes as a board member, and sometimes as a local government official who ended up seeing tax revenues short-term decreased and long-term increased as a result of TIF funding and other funding mechanisms that the CRAs have at their available.
Okay,
looking forward to getting involved and happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Our first general question is, what do you see as the role of the CRA in the building?
Well, overall, the CRA is to make Lake Worth Beach a better place to live and work. Have a number of tools at their disposal with economic development within the district boundaries, things like affordable housing and infrastructure, supporting event planning and things of that nature that they have at their disposal. So looking forward to being part of that.
Thank you very much. I think we're starting with Mr. Segrich this time.
What are your thoughts on how the CRA can help improve the Dixie Highway corridor?
Well, it's a challenge because of what the age and infrastructure and development that exists, and basically transforming it into a more contemporary economic engine that we're looking at. The CRA has tools, they've had some successes, there's opportunities for further development, and it's a question of working with the property owners, working with the existing businesses, and helping them move forward.
Thank you. Ms. May.
Hi, thank you for interviewing. I have two questions. One, have you attended any CRA meetings?
I have.
Okay, and two, can you name 3 CRA projects?
Well, the two big ones going on now, Gulfstream and Wimoda. There have been a number of housing. There's the Bohemian, the Mid, all the housing that was done with the art. What do you call those? The studios and those housing projects, and a number of habitat projects that are just getting ready or have started or are getting ready to start.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. McBoy.
Yes, thank you. There is talk of perhaps expanding the CRA to go further westward in the city, I would assume along Lake and Lucerne. And I think I heard you say that you had worked with the Palm Beach Legal Aid Society. Did I understand that correctly, or did I hear that wrong?
Yeah, no, I was their chief financial officer for a number of years till I retired.
Okay. If the CRA were to expand to the west, I imagine you're familiar with the differences between that part of town and some of the other parts. How would you see the CRA helping in that area?
Well, the CRA has economic tools, infrastructure tools, facade tools, helping people for technical expertise and technical support. I mean, getting the district expanded, I haven't looked into what those federal and state requirements are to qualify additional land. But if that were to happen, there are tools that the CRA has at their disposal to help existing property owners, existing residents, and existing businesses to become better and stronger. number of steps have to happen before that can even happen, though.
Thank you, Ms. Malega.
Hi, how are you, Harry? So yes, you're absolutely right. That's about a 4.5 year plan that the CRA is considering doing, but then the federal government and the local government could just take that away from us. Are you familiar with the fact that we do have an attendance policy for the board members on the CRA?
Yes, and I don't see that as being an issue.
Okay, thank you.
That's it? All right. Well, enjoy the rest of your vacation. We are going to vote tonight, so somehow it'll come. You'll find out somehow, I'm sure. And we'll send a pigeon. We'll send an albatross. Thank you.
We're in Anchorage now. When we were up north, there was no electronic connections, but now we're here in Anchorage. We're good. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you for your interest. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. How are we doing with Mr. Zerty?
He's gonna call in and I gave him a code and hopefully it works. And if not, I suggested he call my number and I'll put him on speaker.
Right. Okay, great. So you want to try?
I'm not a Zoom expert.
All right. You want to try that now?
Yeah, he's supposed to be calling in.
Okay. Well, if you there he is. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Technology at its finest.
Let's hope.
Yeah, it's great until it's not.
Well, yeah. Praise to it.
Well, hopefully this works better.
He's muted, however. There he is. Yep. Where is it?
Remember, Melissa, that it's not.
Okay, we can hear you.
It's
We
not.
can hear you, John.
All right.
Okay, so let's start over. A quick, well, I think you've done your, let's start your introduction over. It was all broken up. So a minute introduction, we have a question and then everybody has a question.
I just would like to add maybe to what I said.
Well, you broke up, so we weren't really sure exactly what everything you said.
So say it again, if you would be so kind.
Thank you.
I was trying to call in.
Can you hear? We can hear you.
Problems with, sorry.
Can you hear us, Mr. Zerty?
Yes, I can.
And we can hear you, so.
Well, sure. I just wanted to add also that, you know, my experience there, I'm living in District 4.
Oh, no.
Involved with the beach. I know what's going on in terms of what we've been trying to do, and a lot of progress has been made. So I see us as trying to stimulate investment.
Oh, John.
Need some help.
You're breaking up again.
Oh, boy.
We're getting about half.
Oh, no.
We do have his application.
Do you want to try calling my number and I'll put you on speaker?
That would be wonderful.
I don't know if that'll make a difference.
That'll be wonderful. I have a pen. I'm ready to take it down.
Really?
It's 561.
Okay.
586.
And it's a problem.
Okay.
1659. Yeah, I don't know if it'll still be a problem because it's a cell phone, but maybe not through Zoom it'll work. I don't know.
Okay, give it a try. And we have a patient, Mr. Zeiman waiting.
Okay. All right, Mr. Zerty, can you hear me?
I can.
I don't know. Can you hear him? I have it on the loudest.
How about now? Can you all hear me?
Keep going.
Oh, okay, great. I'm going to turn
My,
I already muted you. You're good.
okay. Great.
Oh, John.
Talking to the phone, John.
Whatever you were first doing worked better.
Something's not working.
Now we can't hear anything.
How about now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. So, maybe there's an echo in here too. Let me turn my sound down here as well. How is that? Is that better?
We can hear you, yes.
Very good. I'll try to keep close to the phone, as close as I can. Thank you for being so resourceful, Melissa.
You're welcome. So they asked you to do your 1 minute introduction because it sort of went in and out.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sure. Well, living on South Palmway, I'm in District 4. I was a District 4 commissioner, as many of you all know already. I think I bring a kind of a diversified input and experience to the board would be because of being an architect and a contractor. I've gone through a lot of the experiences that applicants would go through, being even one myself on 16 South Dixie, which was a great help from the CRA. We do contact people also that are in the area. We have a person that's looking for help on North Dixie, another one on South Dixie for property. So we know those boundaries, and we do reach out to people and say, hey, so you have a client that's calling, even though we may not be able to help them ourselves, we sort of direct them. And I've worked with Joan and Chris and Emily over the years very, very well. So I think in that regard, I might bring a different level of experience to the CRA board. I know that a lot of times we need to stimulate, people say, why don't you do this? It's the property owner that has to pay for everything. So if you could just give them a little more help, which puts people over that edge to go ahead and really do something. And there's many people that are struggling to try, but they just don't understand the resources, how to do it and how to get through it. I think I could help.
Thank you. That's your minute.
Thank you. Well, how do you see the role of the CRA in our city?
Well, in that, in that way, the stimulus is monetary, and helping them to go through that process. It's a partnership with the people, but also the policies that you all put in place. And I also see that, planning and zoning, they have we have our regulations and all that can be pretty cumbersome at times. So a lot of times people will look at the CRA to help them and may not be able to be with that kind of knowledge. So I still see the CRA as bringing that stimulant to motivate people to not be afraid to ask. And I know that they're getting together a marketing and advertising budget, and they've been getting interviewing from people to get that going, and more outreach too.
Thank you. Ms. Malega.
Thank you. John, I'm going to ask you, you are familiar that there's an attendance policy with the CRA. Would you have any problems with the attendance and actually being active here at the CRA the second Tuesday of the month?
Oh, no, that would be fine. My personal workload has been reduced by choice. And so no, I've shown up a couple times to your meetings there recently, and I also have more time on my hands. So that's why I'm getting back into an area where I think I could help out. And I certainly would love to be part of it, and then would plan to make all the meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McBoy.
Hi, John. One of the purviews or aspects of the CRA is historic preservation. How do you see what the CRA has done in that area? Do you see them as being effective stewards of historic quality of the area, or do you have any things you would do differently, and if so, what?
Commissioner McBoy, thank you. Many times with these projects, the delicate balance between the ability of a project to be salvaged and be financially worth doing that versus the historic value of it. So I think that's where the CRA can say, well, maybe if it was just generally within the purview of the person's financial resources, it may not be worth it, but the CRA could help. And if that fills the gap, then they could be successful in restoration. So I see that they can, and they've tried to do that. They get good evaluations, engineering reports, etc. We've done many historic projects, as you all know, in Lake Worth ourselves.
Thank you. Ms. May?
I have no questions.
Mr. Segridge.
One of the primary missions of the CRA is to eliminate blight within the city. How do you see our current direction under the CRA performing against that goal? Do you think we're doing a good job of it? Are there areas where you think we can improve?
Commissioner Segridge, Edward, could you repeat this first part of that sentence again? It blocked out a little bit.
Yep. One of the goals of the CRA is to eliminate blight. How do you see the current performance of the CRA in that goal in terms of eliminating blight? And, would you see any areas for improvement there?
Great. I think in areas of blight, it ends up being properties that may have been neglected, or the owner doesn't have the financial resources. Sometimes they haven't even been upkeep enough. It's hard to see what goes on inside buildings. That's probably one of our biggest challenges, even as design architects and contractors, is once you open up something, you never know what you're going to find out inside. And it's kind of hard to tell from external without inspections, maybe even some real heavy opening things up and demolition to see what's going on in there to really understand it. So blight is, I guess, is a tough definition in my opinion. But if there's salvage to be done and it's worthwhile, it makes sense. I think that's an important thing financially, not just for the CRA standpoint, but I think from just a neighborhood area as well. It can set a great example, but in terms of blight, we're just like the CRA has been very successful with the NSP. It seeds areas to be more inspired to improve. Blight can also be the cause of things to spread, to be stopped. So I think that they've done good, and it's again very challenging to find that right kind of cooperation for that receptivity.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your interest. Good luck wherever you are, and we will be voting tonight.
Well, thank you for your time and the perseverance here and patience. Is in Panama City Beach, I thought they'd have a little better reception than this, but I have to apologize for that.
But yeah, it's off every grid. Thank you very much, and have a safe trip back. Okay, Mr. Zeitlin.
Thank you. All right, bye-bye.
And I think the next board we should interview alphabetically backwards.
All right. Sure, why not?
Good evening.
Then we have one question, then everybody else has a question.
Okay. My name is Anthony Zen. I am born and raised in Lake Worth Beach. I spent the majority of my life here, not all of it, but the majority of it. My background primarily was in software for a while, but prior to that, I was actually in commercial development and insurance for Franklin Street down in Fort Lauderdale. I'm very aware of the pitfalls that happen with construction, not just from the developer side, but also from the city side. I think that there are a lot of opportunities for people to, well, not for people, but for the agency to improve. I think that there's all sorts of ways that have not been done yet, that we can basically convert things that have been kind of left to the wayside into better performing properties. In addition to just the business side of things and the development side of things, I also have a lot of creative outlets. I think that's probably because I was born and raised in Lake Worth. One of the things I do is I build fishing rods, which takes a lot of focus, and it's a very artistic, creative outlet for me. I've actually gone to different art shows over at the Palm Beach County Cultural Council, which happens to be a CRA project. So I've seen the benefits of having the CRA. I think that there are a lot
I'm sorry, that's a minute. I'm so sorry.
Okay, our general question is, what do you see as the role of the CRA in the city?
The CRA is a redevelopment agency that is, well, it's a redevelopment. It's an engine that is tasked with redeveloping like underutilized and underperforming assets in the city. Looking at the borders of it, you can see that it's the majority of it occurs on the Dixie Corridor and a little bit west in the industrial side of things, and also, of course, on the thoroughfares, 10th, 6th Avenue and Lake and Lucerne. So the biggest thing about it is to create opportunities for new business. I think that's a big problem from all the businesses that I've talked to, both that are currently here and the ones that have since left. The biggest problem has been with their incentives. They're not incentivized to come here, and they're not incentivized to stay. There's a lot of red tape around all sorts of stuff for different reasons. I think some of them are good. I think some of them could be improved. So that's.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Ms. Malega.
Okay, so I'm hearing your answer, and I think that when I looked at and I read your application, you had touched on our building and department.
Yes.
And you know that the CRA has nothing to do with the building department, has no governance over it, no guidance. Are you familiar with who governs the CRA?
I believe the commissioners,
So it's actually governed by the state.
Okay.
We appoint the board and we work together, but it's actually governed by the state as an entity.
Mhm.
And there's also an attendance policy. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am familiar with the attendance policy.
Okay, so
Yes.
that attending the meetings on the second Tuesday of the month would not be an issue.
No, as long as it doesn't conflict with the town hall meetings, because I love to show up here and make my comments.
I was trying to say, do you want one Tuesday off? Thank you.
Mr. Boyd?
You mentioned that you've, I think, taken it on as a personal task to try to communicate with a large part of the city, personally going around and talking to people. Do you get a sense that a wide range of people in the city understand what the CRA does and agree with what it's doing as far as the kinds of development? Do you have a sense of that?
I know. I do have a sense that they do not truly understand what the CRA is really tasked with doing. I think that a lot of them, they just kind of see it as a bureaucracy, as a Pandora or a black box that money goes in and sometimes money comes out for different reasons. I think that there's an opportunity there to better improve the way that the CRA is perceived by both the citizens and the businesses. Because ultimately what benefits citizens or what benefits businesses will benefit the citizens. And I think vice versa too. I think what benefits the citizens will benefit the businesses, because if the citizens are happy, businesses want to be here to cater to them. So I think that's a very important part of what the CRA could improve is their perception and their outreach with people.
Thank you, Ms. May.
Hi.
Hi.
You said in your introduction that you saw the CRA could take something that has been forgotten and revitalize it. Can you give an example of what you're thinking?
Well, like past examples, sure. I think
or like something that you were like, oh, that would be cool. The CRA could do that.
Well, I think that we've had issues with different types of parks. Maybe either they're not utilized or they're just kind of perceived as being a little bit not pedestrian friendly. I think that the CRA could look at different places along the thoroughfares, like work play areas, like, converting derelict structures, which there are quite a few. I think especially south of 6th Avenue, I think that there's a lot of opportunities on the south and west side, which have traditionally been, I think, kind of left on the side of the road, to make a metaphor out of it. And so I think that there's more opportunities down there for improvements, for things like parks, for things like retail or mixed use developments, things like that. There's a lot of properties that have just been boarded up and kind of left there. And I think that there's a lot of opportunities there for, even like things like rooftop gardens. I think that's a thing that I feel like Lake Worth Beach could be the leader on that kind of thing. And yet there're just not that many of them yet.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sigridge.
If you were to look at what the CRA does in terms of infrastructure help, beautification and business incentives, and creating affordable housing, how would you rank those three against each other in terms of what you think the priorities should be in the next 5 or 10 years for Lake Worth?
Well, I think that they're all very important. It really depends on where the focus or the future of the city is kind of, what's the vision for the city? Do we want to have a lot of residential, or do we want to have, like retail establishments that will draw citizens in and draw tourism dollars in? It really depends on how, what's the highest and best use of each of those properties. If we look for affordable housing, then we have to figure out, okay, so where are we going to provide jobs for those people, right? If it's affordable to live here, but where are they going to work? Where are they going to play? Where are they going to go eat and spend their money? If we look for just retail, then it's like, okay, well then what kind of retail shops can we bring in here that will cater to the residents and the types of people that live in Lake Worth Beach, and which is, I think of all the places I've ever lived, including New York City, I think Lake Worth Beach is the most diverse place ever. So I think that it's a very difficult task, but I think that ultimately affordable housing, is important. I think retail is the most important, to be honest. And then everything else is ternary. It's third.
Have you been going to the CRA meetings?
I've been to a couple of them. Yes. I noticed that they tend to flow very well. And that there are certain things that it seems like they get brought up multiple times, both between the CRA meetings and the city council meetings. It seems like one is kind of a vetting process and the other one is kind of like a finalization, like a decision-making process.
Thank you very much for your interest. Good to
Thank
see
you. Appreciate it.
Good night. Good. Okay, so now, Madam Clerk, come on back.
I'm here, Madam Mayor.
What do you want us to do?
Are you ready? Do you want to take a few minutes, have a little,
Comfort break?
like a little 10-minute thinking, mulling break?
Yes, we need a comfortable mulling break. Thank you.
Okay, so we will have a brief recess and then you will make your 5 choices each and we'll go in order and you'll let me know. Madam Mayor, it is 7:08. I might need Julian to come and unmute the staff computer. Alfonso, thank you.
Yeah. What? Yeah, really. You're exact. We did that once. It turned out not great. Okay. I'm not going. I learned my lesson a long time ago. Okay, we're going to start with District 4. So what I'd like you to do is they're not ranked. It's just the 5 that you would like to see on the board.
Just going down the list. Carla Bloxson, Leah Forish, Richard Mayer, John Zerty, Anthony Zen.
Thank you, District 3.
Carla Bloxson, Leah Furch, Richard Mailer, John Zerty, Perry Wallen.
Mr. McBoy.
Richard Muller, Sophia.
A little louder. Put your mic on.
Sorry. Richard Muller, Sophia Palumbo, Denise Sandino, Harry Wallen, and Anthony Zen.
Miss Malega.
Did you say Mick Malega?
No, I didn't. Just you don't
no
have to give me
particular order.
Okay, no.
Richard Muller, Leah Forch, Carla Bloxson, John Zerty, and Harry Wallen.
Thank you. And I'm going with Carla Bloxson, Leah Fordish, Richard Muller, John Zerty. Oh, that fifth one's horrible because there's so many good views. And I will go with did I say John Zerty? Yeah. Yeah. Then I will go with Harry Wallen.
Okay, bear with me while I add up the tallies.
You'll bet. Somebody had to do it. Yeah.
Okay, I have the results.
All right.
Drum roll, please.
Drum roll, please.
So the 5 members, I'll announce them and then someone please make a motion in a second to appoint them. I'm doing it alphabetically. Carla Bloxson, Leah Forsh, Richard Muller, John Zerty, Harry Wallen.
Thank you very
Motion
much.
to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much, everyone that's interested. There are many opportunities in the city to participate and be part of our wonderful community. Thank you very much.
And we do have a
Congratulations.
bunch of spots in advisory
Yeah, we've got
boards
other
coming
stuff
up,
coming.
so please apply to those as well.
Keep an eye on the agendas. Yeah, planning and zoning, HR, PB.
Our finance advisory board needs to be filled.
And I've had a lot of people who want to be on a rec board.
I know, we
So-
need to talk about that. All right,
Lots of boards.
lots of boards.
Lots of boards.
Okay.
All right. Let's talk about the beach.
Let's talk about this good. We're not doing that. They asked it to be
I'm
removed.
sorry, Madam Mayor, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion
Oh,
to adjourn.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, now we've said the pledge.
No, I don't think
I'm
we-
sorry, who was the second? I'm sorry.
Malega.
Ms. Malega.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're starting the meeting, which was going to be at 6 o'clock, but we thank you for the folks that have been here. We thank you for your patience. We had some important work that we had to do. They pulled it. They asked it, and there's apparently an emergency came up that they can't have it tonight. It'll be reset. You missed it at the beginning of the meeting. Sorry.
When was the beginning of the meeting?
It's 5 o'clock.
So it's 6 for that meeting.
Yeah.
So I was scared it wasn't out.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we are going, so good evening. We're live?
Yes, we're continuing on. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Lake Worth Beach Special Commission meeting for the beach property discussion of Thursday, June 26, 2025. Do I have the roll call, please? Can I have the roll call, please?
I'm sorry, I keep muting myself. Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May,
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Okay, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Commissioner McVoy. Thank you. Okay, so, is Mr. Brown coming in for this? He's coming. I guess not. Is Jamie coming in for this? Okay, great, thank you.
Who turned the air down, Mayor?
No, I didn't touch it. I'm getting a little defensive about the air. You guys are so mean to me. And I should be very nice.
You are nice. We're nice to you.
You want crazy. Did you have cake?
I didn't know.
Well, after the meeting.
Yes, it's a huge cake. Yes, I will share.
Okay, the title of this is the task order number 1 for professional services between the City of Lake Worth Beach and Ziskovich LLC. A review of the task order for the Municipal Beach Complex Development Professional Services. Let's have staff lead us off.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi there.
So, if you guys will recall, we had a whole process, solicitation process, and Ziskovich actually was selected. We have them here. This is task order number 1. They do have a presentation they put together. I thought we would go through the presentation. Obviously, I'm sure everyone has plenty of questions, and we will kind of roll through that. We also have staff here too. So,
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question? And this is to Mr. Brown or City Attorney. We have received some offers, some unsolicited offers for triple Ps. And we have had a conversation on a policy for those triple Ps. Have we as an organization acknowledged the receipt of any of those and let those entities know that we are in the process of putting together a policy so we can address those? Have we sent a letter on behalf of the city to those entities, letting them know that, thank you, we've received it, but we're creating a policy. We're not ignoring you.
we have let them know. And also, that policy is currently with our city attorney. I updated everything based on our last conversation with all of your comments. And now it's just going through it just to make sure we're in line with the state statute and legally it's sufficient.
I would like to make a motion to have a official letter on letterhead sent to those entities with the mayor's signature, just saying, thank you. We acknowledge receipt, but we do have a policy we're trying to work through.
Okay.
Do I have any support for that? Thank you.
And just so everyone's aware, the plan is hopefully to have that on the 15th of July. The second meeting of July.
I would just
I
like
think it's
support for it.
consensus.
Yeah, consensus for it.
I just want to make sure with the attorney, that doesn't mean that because the first step in our process is an official notice of receipt, which kind of triggers the next steps. And I wouldn't want to get ahead of ourselves with one proposal before we approve the policy. So how would that work? I don't want to put the cart before the horse or put us in a position where we're giving somebody an unfair advantage.
I think it's just gonna be, once you establish this new policy,
You speak into more into
right, once the policy has been established, I think they'll all receive the notice. They already know, which one of them that we had some correspondence with about their belief whether the policy should apply to them or not, but it's your policy. And once you adopt the policy, our position is going to be that that's the policy, you need to comply with it.
But it sounds like the vice mayor wants a letter to go out before we approve the policy, and I'm uncomfortable with that.
I mean,
No, I just wanted the letter to go out and say, this is where the city is. We are trying to create a policy.
But but there's only one that we've gotten, and they know that.
if you,
Oh, I know nothing about any other one, so.
if you want, you could wait, it's 2 more weeks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would rather wait and follow the policy than to do something for somebody that isn't part of our policy.
If they've been watching, they know what's going on.
Yeah. What? Oh,
What'd you say? I'm sorry?
yeah, but I'm not looking at anything until we have a policy.
So whether you send a letter or not, that's, I think you just passed the motion to send a letter. Or is that?
Well, I don't give consent.
Why would we, I mean, why do you think that's?
I think they know that.
I just think that if we had these professionals who put together projects and they brought them to the city, that we should have at least acknowledged it in some form from the commission, saying, hey, we saw it, but we are uncomfortable. We've created a policy because there's never been one in the city. I just think it's professional. That's all.
Right, but it may trigger some other
timeframes,
other things that need to be done per our policy.
That we're not ready for.
And I'm not ready to extend that and trigger something that we might regret.
And if I could add to that general view, I too have that concern that it would inadvertently trigger some of our stuff.
Okay,
And I don't see any reason to. And the other side is, it's wonderful, they're professional, but these are people who apply for stuff. They put their investments in, they get some of them, they don't get some of them.
And
I
they're
don't
watching.
think we need to worry about them too hard.
Mr. Segrich?
I wouldn't be worried about the policy that isn't in place triggering because it's not in place yet. I do think that we should respond to them and at least say that we were waiting for our policy to be in place because we have gotten letters from them trying to get around the policy. And I think a simple statement of, hey, we won't be evaluating any of these until we get our policy in place. Thank you very much, would be prudent.
And that has been stated, but that obviously was not an official letter from the elected body with the mayor's signature on it. But that has been stated.
Right,
But
that's
again, it wasn't, so I guess the question is, you want an official letter from the
Saying
city
that we have no
commission
policy,
with your signature and everything on it.
which says we have no policy. We got your stuff. We have no policy. This is meaningless. Don't trigger anything.
I think it's better coming from an elected who
No, I'm not-
is on
I'm
the
just
board
saying,
than from staff people just taking phone calls on a random Wednesday from somebody who's part of this entity and happen to say, yeah, well, no, the commission, or they're in the process. I just think it's more professional. And if we want more triple Ps coming before us, I just think it's the way we handle it is, I think that it's going to set a precedence.
Okay, I mean, a letter that says we don't have a policy, when we get a policy, we'll call you. Mr. Attorney?
Again, as Jamie said, there has been communication with them, and they, as far as I know, it's in writing, not just verbally, that the city's developing a policy, and once the policy is adopted, we'll send you the policy, and we expect you will comply with the policy.
Okay, that's all right. Thank you. We all contribute here. So hi there.
Hi.
Introduce yourself and
Yes.
let's go.
Good afternoon, Grace Perdomo with Siskovich Architects, and I have with me today Bernard Siskovich in the audience, founder of Siskovich Architects, Surya Yafar, our Director of Design, and also Paul Lambert with Lambert Advisory, who's part of the Siskovich team that submitted our proposal and was contracted by the city for the municipal beach complex. Okay. Thank you very much for having us here today, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Interim City Manager Brown. We appreciate the opportunity to have the time with you today to share the details of our proposal for our Phase 1 work strategic planning. I lost control of the slide. Oh, there. There is no remote.
Julian, do we have a remote? And if you could speak directly into the mic, it's
Yeah.
because people are listening at home as well.
Okay, I wanted to spend a few minutes this evening. We have an agenda covering, walk you through the members of our team, just again for the benefit of the audience that's joining us remotely. And also the purpose and our approach to this project. And then I'll walk you through our planning process, including outlining for you the phase 1 tasks 1 through 5. We'll cover timeline and deliverables and then share with you thoughts on our next step. Again, our approach as architects, urban designers, and part of our team, economists, engineers, et cetera, a unique point, looking at a unique vision and plan. Our team members include Siskovich Architects, as well as the following consultant firms, Kimley Horn and Associates, who will be covering civil and coastal engineering, addressing landscape architecture and traffic analysis. We have on our team TLC Engineering, which will be addressing the specifics of MEP structural and site electrical engineering. Our Muller Consulting Group, who will be conducting and assisting the team with public outreach and engagement. We have Lambert Advisory, who will be covering economic development and market analysis, and Ingenuity Group, who will be doing surveying for the project. Siskovich Architects is the prime consultant. Again, part of our tasks and our focus is on visioning, site and building assessment, programming, architecture, public outreach, and design criteria.
Is the pool consultant still on board?
I'm sorry?
The pool consultant, are they still on board?
Pool consultant.
Pool.
Oh, aquatics. Yes. H2O. Yes. Thank you for asking. Yes. We, again, very much focused, and our projects attest to that, looking and understanding opportunities and trends that impact government, cities, and its citizens. We are very much looking to how we can make projects be successful. Again, this highlights some of our principles, the most important being looking at how specific projects can act as catalysts for the benefit of community residents. And all the other components, again, are a key part of our process of assessment, planning, and design. We look at prioritizing development investments. And here, again, we shared these slides before during our presentation, and I can certainly have our Paul, Lambert, Bernard, and Surya add to the questions that you may have. But again, looking at complex development that looks at not only the short-term benefits of opportunities, but also the mid and long-term opportunities. Financial evaluation is a key component of our approach. Identifying both public and private sources of funding becomes very important, as well as looking at opportunities for funding through TIF, federal, state grants, loans, and incentives, and establishing key economic fiscal measures for redevelopment opportunities and investments. We shared with you last time that we were here that our approach and the way we looked at this project was not only about looking at the site of the municipal beach complex, but really understanding what the number of assets and opportunities that you have throughout the city, and how, again, this particular project can act as a catalyst for ensuring a broad range of identified community benefits for residents of Lake Worth Beach. And our process will include looking at what those different components are, specific to access, the variety of parks that you have, the attractions, as well as your facilities, a number of development projects that we know are existing on the books planned, as well as taking into consideration the coastal issues related to not only the site, but throughout your waterfront, and how that impacts the opportunities that are part of the analysis of, and as part of our analysis work. We'll also be looking at future land use, as well as the zoning related to the site and other components. We understand the process, and our approach really drives implementation. We have created for you and have outlined in the scope that we presented and submitted to you a customized approach to creating value. Understanding of the scope is really about highlighting the importance of identifying ways of leveraging the value of this site for public benefit within the property and also throughout the city. And our process and approach very much is focused on creating a new vision for what this municipal beach complex can become, as well as looking at specific goals that are geared towards very action-oriented implementation items. Our proposal is divided into 5 tasks, running from 9 to 10-month process. And I'll walk you through these. These are listed again, task 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, as you see on the screen. And we've broken it down one by one to, again, share with you the details. Task 1, kickoff meeting. An initial meeting was proposed to be conducted between the consultant team and representatives of Lake Worth Beach. The meeting focus is to be able to clarify and define the pre-designed goals and expectations of this project. Alongside that process, we've gone through great length in detailing what the casino facility and site assessment tasks would be, including site data review and mapping, surveying of the site, initial meeting with commissioners and stakeholders, and opportunity assessment. The evaluation of the site review, the first subtask, let me go back, would cover looking initially at your land development and zoning regulations to be able to understand the classifications of the site and what are the potential governing regulations, again, under land development and zoning regulations that would need to be considered. Under that task also of site data and review, we would do a landscape architecture zoning code research. The existing assessment done by our team of sub-consultants, including TLC Engineering, covers a lot of what was outlined in your RFP. But again, it includes analysis of geotechnical report, a 40-year and review of your 40-year recertification and documentation of existing parking facilities at the site, and identifying potential historic elements that would need to be preserved and considered, and also meeting with your city department's sustainability department. This task also includes a preliminary civil site investigation and also looking at what are some of the coastal issues related to the site. And that particular investigation would be conducted by Kimley Horn. Traffic engineering is also a task under this subtask, and the main focus of that particular analysis is to analyze and address the traffic impacts of the potential proposed uses on the site, and also understanding the preliminary traffic impacts that may materialize as part of looking at the different uses that may be covered as part of the site. This task also includes looking at previous studies and reports. We know that there has been a series of documents that we will look at in detail. I mentioned that site subtask 2.2 includes surveying work by Ingenuity Group. We understand that you do not have a survey or have, again, this work would include a boundary, topographic, and tree survey in AutoCAD format as part of this deliverable. Initial meeting with commissioners and stakeholders I covered earlier, but the goal is to set up meetings in person with key stakeholders, and again, with the goal of defining the expectations of the project and the analysis and the work. Task 2.4, I'll go ahead and cover it, but a lot of this opportunity assessment falls, again, there's 2 components to this. A site analysis that looks again at not only the building condition, but evaluation to determine what the site constraints and site limitations and opportunities are for the municipal beach complex. It will consider different types of land uses, public space, and as a product of that site analysis. But this is also the task here that covers doing a market feasibility study, which will be conducted by Lambert Advisory. Again, Paul Lambert is with me here today and can answer any questions that you may have specific to this subtask. And here we have a list of what the deliverables would be under that task 2. Task 3 is where the fun aspect now. Conceptual considerations, right? This particular task is looking at, once the analysis is completed through month 3, is focused on looking at 3 potential conceptual options. And again, using the market analysis and defining what the market demand is for the project. Task 4 runs throughout the entirety of the 9-10-month process that we've outlined here. This is the task that is focused on public workshops, stakeholder engagement, and city staff input. We have Renee Muller, who many of you know, supporting the team with outreach, and we've outlined in our proposal the number of meetings from the get-go. One of the key components of this task is to develop what's called a public engagement plan with you. We've outlined what some of the deliverables under developing that plan would be, and that will be the guiding plan for what the outreach will be like for this project, this phase of work of strategic planning. We can certainly share more detail and answer any questions that you may have. And here, just a slide. We presented this one also when we did our presentation a few months ago, covers what some of the public outreach engagement tools will be available as part of this process. During task 5, we'll work on developing, once we've developed the 3 conceptual plans and work with you through the evaluation of the pros and cons of each of those plans, we will go ahead and upon the preferences or selections of one of the 3 options, we will then develop it in more detail, going through evaluation of the site infrastructure, start to define what the project character will be, develop a series of renderings and drawings that show what the project character will be, and then develop and work and update a matrix of what the public benefits for the project will be. It also includes, as part of this task, looking at specific zoning and land use recommendations that may be needed as part of, again, the selection of one of the 3 options for development of the public site or other identified project. So with that, I will leave it on this slide here and bring up my team to help me with any questions. This, I understand, is a workshop, and we're happy to.
I wish we had your presentation in front of us on paper. Mr. Brown?
We just got it this afternoon.
What?
We just got it this
Well,
afternoon.
I'm saying, I think
Yeah.
we should have gotten it earlier.
There's a particular slide that you would see, maybe the one with the 5 tasks. Yeah.
Get the whole concept.
Okay.
Especially we're seeing these things flip in front of us and we can't take them home if we don't.
Sure.
I see some, I think Ms. Muller was on first. Mr. Brown?
Yeah, great. So I was going to ask if possible, could we have Paul give a little synopsis on the market?
Sure.
I think it's important to
He'd be happy to, yes.
kind of go over that before we kind of roll into questions. And what
I've been waiting to do it now. I was about to say I learned it last time, so I'll end up won't make that mistake again. Good evening, Paul Lambert with Lambert Advisory in Miami. So it's interesting about the market assessment, Mr. City Manager. It's going to go back to the discussion you had before Grace started her conversation, which is the public-private, interest in the property. We end up working most of our work as a firm is not only for municipalities. We actually work for property owners that are not necessarily in the real estate business every day. So could be large corporations, quite a bit. I finished something a couple of years ago for Verizon for their Southwest campus and outside of Dallas, universities, others that are tangentially related to real estate. They own a lot of land, but they have to find a way of being able to work successfully with investors and developers. And I'll tell you just one thing about this process that was laid out, which is the only way really. It's great to hear that you are taking this. You're diligently holding off on developing your not only policies but engaging with potential development partners, because you don't have the ability to really negotiate or understand what the inherent value is and what the opportunity is on the site on the one hand, and particularly as a governmental body that sets zoning and regulatory policy. You haven't really done that for the site yet. And until you do that, you haven't really understood what the potential value is of the property to others. And in fact, by doing it yourselves ahead of time, going through the public participation process, the engagement, turning that into regulatory, into zoning and other fundamental structuring of what the regulations are, you will have built a tremendous amount of value in the property in of itself. And what you'll see, at least from our experience over the years, is that there's going to be even enhanced interest on the site and a willingness to participate in a very different way among private entities than if you don't go through that process at the outset. So congratulate you on at least taking this very diligently and thoroughly through this process. The market analysis is really aimed at understanding at a high level before we ever get into the details of how does this match up with the desires of the community, of understanding the inherent value of the property as if it was a piece of real estate, right? So we kind of put blinders on at the first stage of this to really understand what's the value for retail. I mean, there may be some uses you say, hey, we're never going to consider those uses on this site, and so kind of helps us focus. But for all intents and purposes, what's the potential value from a retail perspective? Kind of the major uses, hotel, even potentially looking at it from residential and other opportunities, and it would not be obviously for the entire property, but sub areas of the property as well as the plan is developed. So we kind of give you a sense very clearly of what the value is for the property. Now, you may say, hey, we don't want to do any of or much of that, or we do want to do this, we don't want to do that, which is fine. But at least you have the knowledge in place to be able to make affirmative decisions, which you wouldn't have otherwise. The other piece that we will focus on quite a bit, and Grace touched on this, are there other funding sources potentially available to do certain components of the project, outside funding sources? For example, to the extent that it's a historic building, being able to leverage historic tax credits that may be available, difficult, so it's not that you've looked at it before. Yeah, it on this property it would be difficult, and you certainly couldn't do it as a municipality. If there was a private partner, there may be some opportunity, but there's other new market tax credits, other tax credit opportunities. So at least we understand what are the things out there that we can help fill certain gaps and enhance public benefit. But at the end of the day, what it really is taking what's an incredibly, no one questions this, a very valuable piece of property, and understanding how you could leverage that value for public benefit at the end of the day. And in what form does it take? Does it take the form of reinvesting in other public investments, or does it take the form in terms of cash payments because you are the property owner? Or for that matter, understanding also what the economic benefits are and the fiscal benefits are from a dollars and cents perspective, because we'll measure that as well, to really say, hey, this development program, once it gets more firmed up, will create this in terms of tax generation, and or other benefits, in terms of economic benefits and job creation throughout the city, and sales tax among others that may revert back to the city. So that's a kind of extensive way of saying, we're going to really look at the market in a very, very complete way and make sure that's fully integrated within the confines of the planning process to both help guide you as policymakers, but also Grace, Bernard, and Surya in terms of as it relates to the design as well.
I have a couple comments. Usually I pick on everybody first. I just have a couple comments. You feel free to sit down.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We're going to ask.
It's not directed at you specifically. I'm going to start out with the fact that I'm very disappointed that we are sitting here in almost July, and this started in December. What took 7 months to get us to the point where we're now talking about scope of? I really have to say I'm very disturbed by that 7 month lag. thought we understood what the project was. If it takes 7 months just to get us to this point, I'm very concerned about a time frame. So that's my first comment. I have a few other comments. When, you understand that we have a 20-year limit on rentals right now on leases, commercial leases in the city, and 30 at the beach, I'm being corrected, 30 at the beach. I've been talking to developer, I mean, that is not enough. That is not enough time. I've been told that at least 50 years is the minimum for that kind of development. And so from the get-go, that kind of lease is not going to work. So part of me says, and I don't want to delay things. I mean, I'm throwing a lot of ideas out here just because I have some concerns. We're talking about having a referendum in March to extend that to make it a little bit longer so that we can have, but right now, as it stands now, 30 years at the beach, I don't know of a developer that would take a 30-year lease with that kind of investment. So that's another, are we putting the cart before the horse? Although I don't want to keep the cart parked. Okay. You talk about looking at as you look at the parks in the area, I mean, I think like, let's focus on the beach. And when you say you're going to bring us 3 options to choose from, as you know, we are now developing a triple P policy. We're looking at triple Ps. We've been approached by a couple of developers already. So part of me says, I wish we would, we're doing this, although we have people out there that are coming to us saying, what else can we do? I asked Mr. Waters questions this afternoon because I'm a little critical right now of this entire thing. And his answer was, and he can reiterate, is that with the triple P, if we have a very specific, if I'm wrong about quoting you, I apologize, and you can correct me, that if we present to a triple P potential person, that's 4 Ps, it's good if we know exactly the heights that we can have, to be more precise about what we have to offer in terms of what's allowable, what's available. And this sounds like it would do that, but I think, giving us 3 options, I'm just uneasy about this process. I just feel like $700,000 is a lot of money. And if we have, you can say that's a bad idea, forget it, but part of me says, if we have people that have the wherewithal to come to us with the triple P concept, is there any point in saying, let's see what they come up with? And again, I don't know if it's a good idea or a bad idea. It's just a thought that I've had and a concern that I have, because in this last December, we were talking about this. And now in the past few months with we've been doing this triple P. If we had the triple P procedure in place, before we talked about Siskevich, maybe we would have had a different approach towards it. And that's just all I'm saying. I'm going to hotel. I don't know how many of you remember a few years ago when the word hotel at the beach came up. And I know that there are garages in this town with Save Our Beach signs still in them. Okay. I'm not here to say absolutely not or absolutely yes at all, but I think that this is the beach. Unlike other places in our city, the beach is like our sacred space. If, there's the potential, if we have, and we look at the Copper Line, it's like a 250 room hotel. I can't even imagine that would happen at our beach. And that's my personal, just having been here forever and thinking about it. Because the one thing about being at the beach and our people being at the beach are relaxed, Lake Worth eccentric people that use the beach. And all of a sudden there's a lot of people there, wealthy people staying at an oceanfront hotel. We will feel out of place. We will start to feel like guests at our own beach. And that's a concern that I have. And I think I share that concern with a lot of citizens. So I'm not saying I don't want to do this, but I'm saying I have serious concerns about that much money. Still, if we're going to spend $700,000, can we say, and I don't know if this, hotel on the beach is not something we're going to entertain, or do we just leave the whole door open? because a lot of that money, a lot of that time will be spent on looking into hotels. So that's just, I'm just saying my personal, you can do what you will with it, but I just feel like keeping a hotel concept, or maybe if we set a limit on how many rooms a hotel could be, but to have these folks spend a lot of time and money and effort talking about a 250 room hotel, I would want my citizens to come up and speak boldly before that ever went into action, because I think that's a little beyond the pale. So I'm a little nervous about this. And again, we have a 30-year limit, and I don't see any development coming with the 30-year limit. So I have other, if you can, do you want to approach each as we go forward? Go ahead then, and I'll call on us next. We have all these lights on.
Hi, I'm Bernard Ziskovich. I was here earlier. I think we had a really good meeting together. I sense a lot of anxiety.
No, not anxiety.
So let me just kind of say what I'd like to say, and then you could maybe find it useful. First of all, it's a lot easier to say P3 than triple P. So the industry is used to P3. You could say P3. It's so simple. You don't have to stumble over that. That would be simple. But the real point is that we put on the slide a design-driven project approach. So what we think we got from all of you in the process is that you have a lot of competing interests. You've been through this process before. It's very hard to pull off projects like this. And our approach to what we're proposing to you is actually in the interest of trying to get some certainty out of the process before you launch. So the issues that we've had, which is why we structured this proposal the way we have, is there's no guarantee a referendum is going to be successful. There's no reason to think that there's not going to be a lot of controversy on many things that might come out of these proposals. So our thinking is, why don't you use us as basically the idea generators of possibilities. One option would be very community driven, make sure that the most important thing is the comfort and the desire of the community to feel comfortable at the beach. Probably that works against your higher potential for income and revenue, right?
For you, the word that you used a lot was value. The value, we have the most valuable piece of it. Okay. My question to the commission and to the citizens is, what's the value? Is it we keep monetizing things, or is it we have a great beach and we love our beach? So, and our beach has a lot of value to us at this point. So I just want to add that.
Perfect. And another option we would look at is what would be the maximum monetizing of it? What could you do with the money if you had that money that would serve other purposes in the city? So at least you can bracket it. The point we have is the whole reason you're here is you're not really sure what you want to do. And you're also not confident in terms of the responses that you're going to get. What kind of responses are you going to get if the referendum is not positive and there's a sense on the part of the development entity that they can actually accomplish the project and not get stuck in years and years of controversy, right? So we're trying to find a way, which we've presented, Grace presented I think very well, that we want to look at a broad spectrum. We want to look at different options that have maybe the maximum comfort level for the beachgoer versus the maximum monetizing of the investment, and maybe something in between, so that we can have an honest conversation with the public outreach that we're going to have with each of you, with your staff, with this body, to try and come to a conclusion of, well, this is what we think should be in the referendum. This is the project we think that would be best received for us and let that be the referendum after this process is complete. And there's enough design in it to be able to get a referendum passed. We've gone through this process with other cities. One of the main reasons that things don't happen, there's not enough flesh on the bones. People don't feel comfortable. They know what they're going to actually be voting for. So the idea here is let's put enough of this together into a design that represents the selected option or the marriage of the selected options. Let that be presented as what we're putting up for referendum. And also at the same time, that's a notice for anyone that's going to want to come in here and do the proposal, that if they come in with something else, they're not going to be successful. So we're trying our best to come to this lovely place with a lot of character, a lot of passion, and maybe I might be so bold, maybe some ambiguity and confusion about the best way to proceed. Let's explore the possibilities and then come up with our best option to see about how to get the referendum passed. That's going to be like the biggest challenge of all. Once you have the referendum passed and you have the planning and zoning regulations that allow for that to happen, that's when you go to the market. Because at that point in time, the people that are seriously interested in investing are going to understand that you know what it is you want, and then they can make their proposal based on that. And that'll be the best opportunity for success. If we go out to the world and say, what are you proposing? God knows what you're going to get back, and how are you ever going to get that approved through this town when there's so many different opinions and so many different processes, and you don't even have the regulations in place to allow for it to happen. Somebody's going to be looking at that and saying to themselves, well, I've got this thing, it's like the dog that caught the car. I mean, you might win the contract, but it doesn't mean you're going to ever execute anything. So our process is very reality based. We put together the best team that we know how. But we come into this understanding completely that it's not going to be easy. And it's actually going to be, I think, quite difficult to find a consensus of the community's input and all the other interests that are coming here to come together with something that will actually be successful at succeeding in a referendum. And without the referendum, and you're exactly right, without more years, without a clearer direction, you're going to go through a process, you're going to spend a lot more money than the fees, and you're going to end up somewhere that you may not even want to be, if at all, even possible. So our view is, let's take it methodically. Let's try to wipe out any preconceptions. Let us look at what's possible, and then bring you options, not little tiny iterations of the same idea, a broad scope of ideas, and let that be visible, transparent, and let the process work ultimately to come up, hopefully, with something that would be a consensus.
What's your plan for the public outreach? Because I'm just going to keep saying this. We're talking about the beach, our sacred spot. So do you have a plan already for how many meetings, how that would work?
Yes, it's outlined in the proposal.
Which is somewhere up on the screen.
Oh,
this
no,
proposal.
no,
Oh.
yes, it's outlined in proposal, page 8 of 11 and page 8 and page 9.
Okay.
Describe the number of meetings, the different tools that we'll use, including outreach. No, they have this.
Oh, they have this.
They have this, yes. We submitted this to them. Page 8 and 9, public workshops and stakeholder engagement. There's, of course, the kickoff meeting, which is separate for that. Yes. And there's a series of subtasks 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3. And it does list the number of meetings, the number of workshops, the different tools that will be used, including outreach media, engagement tracking, surveying.
But this is up to 3 in-person community workshops, up to 3 virtual focus groups. I think 3 would be the minimum that we would. The amount of public input on this project is huge.
Yes.
So it's, and in the past, we have charrettes, we have different things, and there's always so, and publicity, and one thing you talked about was, communicating to how do we communicate to our citizens that this process is going on and that we want their input? That's an important part of what we'd be looking to you to do, because it's a challenge to do that. So.
Yes, and that's described here, but also I mentioned the development with you of a public engagement plan that would confirm, again, the specifics of how we would conduct that project. There's also a series of smaller forum meetings, not just the broader workshop meetings.
It's going to be so, so careful to see.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Brown, I see your lights on, and I always call on you when you put your light on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kind of to piggyback on to what Mr. Stovich was talking about. If you recall back during the solicitation process for this, I had mentioned back then there was a critical step that had never taken with all the studies and everything that was done with the beach and all the different analysis stuff. Something like this was never done. This should have been step 1.
8 years ago. Yeah.
It should have been step 1. So I had mentioned back then, we're kind of taking a step back and we're starting from scratch because it's hard to continue moving in the direction we were going without having the foundation, which is what this is. I understand the sticker shock, but we don't have anything like this, nor have we ever done anything like this, which should have been that first step. In addressing the time, well, again, we weren't all here at the time, so we can't go back and say, yeah, we should have. We know we should have, but we weren't here. In addressing the time frame, if you recall, back during the solicitation process, we were in receipt of no unsolicited proposals. We didn't have any back then, so there was really no pressing thing. And all the stuff that has happened since then. We had like 11 meetings just in May alone. We had an election in the middle of all that. We had a lot going on, and at the same time frame, I were putting together our actual policy, which we're talking about now, finally bringing forward after there was a lot of writing and going back and forth and multiple meetings with all of you to kind of hone down our first that we've ever had in the city unsolicited proposal process, an actual policy.
I appreciate that.
So I'm just saying, you're talking about the time frame, and I'm just saying it wasn't going to happen overnight. And while we were doing all that is when we started receiving these, which made it even more pressing. So apologies that we couldn't get it to you sooner. We've had 1 or 2 things going on since then. So we're moving.
I'm not laying blame on anybody. I'm just saying it's frustrating from our perspective. We want to get things done. And from our perspective, everything just takes so darn long. So do you think you can hang on? You can live with this time frame that you've got of 10 months? And it would start when? I see Mr. Tristivia.
Well, everybody's talking about a March election. That means it's got to be to the supervisor election by December, which means we have to have first reading and ordinance in November.
Right.
So that 10-month time frame is really 5 months. If we're looking for the March election. So I'm not sure anybody thought about that or knew that. So it's, and if that's not realistic, because we live in the real world, not the fantasy world that we want to have happen, then you may need to consider, okay, a different election. Is it November of 26 instead of March of 26? Is it March of 20? I mean, just have that in everybody's mind that the election deadline is really November to have something to them to pass the ordinance.
If there's no other election in November,
we can't.
I don't know that the supervisor lets us do that.
I don't know either. I mean, I will look into that if that's going to be a fallback option.
And I think that again, I want to get going. I mean,
I want to get going, but you just talk about a 10 months. Well, the election's in 10 months, but the supervisor election deadline is 5 months, 6 months.
Okay, thank you. Then Mr. I think your light is off.
Real quick, Madam Mayor, just on top of what the city attorney was just saying, keep in mind, we have multiple tasks built in here. So those different tasks are going to be at different time frames.
No, I see that, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Segrich, you're up.
Thank you. I would like to echo the mayor's disappointment that we didn't at least have this presentation in time for our backup for our residents to have. I would think, as a former consultant myself, If I ever walked into a room without my presentation printed for all the principals, I'd be fired. So, something to think about. To me, it is concerning. And especially since we have had this long prior to actually getting to this point. But besides that, I've got a number of comments, and then I also have questions. So I'll start with some of the questions. There are sections in here about reviewing our LDRs and seeing what is possible. Are you going to be suggesting changes to our LDRs that we have to take, or merely looking at our LDRs and saying, this is what we have?
The purpose of looking at them is to propose changes.
Okay. And where you mentioned stakeholders and identifying stakeholders, obviously we on the commission are part of that group. Who are the other stakeholders that you guys are looking at?
Not a trick question. It's not a trick question.
Community representatives, we will want to know with meeting all of you, business owners, people that we think are going to have an important presence in the community that we can meet and we can talk about the options and the considerations and the public benefits of the project.
We think that every citizen is a stakeholder.
We are going to have the public outreach approach that you have seen, plus communication in different tools that Grace mentioned. But you asked specifically about stakeholders, and we would hope that we can then, with you, begin to connect with people, community representatives, business owners, and others that you think that are going to be important for us to connect with.
Yep. Good. So from my understanding of the end goal of this is we would end up with 3 potential hypothetical projects with hypothetical numbers and benefit and so on, to which we could go out to market with and say, hey guys, is there anyone out there that wants to do one of these projects for us? So what is the end goal?
The way we see it, the interim goal are 3 projects that explore the realm of possibilities. Then together with you, we're going to have to pick one. And that one would then end up becoming the basis for the public acceptance through referendum, because I don't see a scenario in which anyone is going to vote for a referendum that could have anything happen. Our whole approach here is, if you want to be successful in the end of having a referendum that is accepted and having a development team believe that they can move through this process with success, everybody in that arena, from you all the way to the developer, has to believe that what is being presented as the idea through the referendum is what is intended to happen. Because I don't think in a community that has so much diversity, let's put it this way, and you've been at this for so many years, our thinking is you need to define what people are going to vote for. And the more definition that you can have, the better chance of success. And we've been through this before. We've set things up. South Beach went through this years ago before the Lowe's Hotel came. We just went through this with Oakland Park as their consultant for the city, and they were successful by being very transparent and presenting exactly what they want. They got community approval and they got the development accomplished. So our point of view is specific. We're trying to get to something specific. What we don't know is the objective to make the most money for the city as possible? Or is the objective to have something in between? Or is the objective to have a completely redone public beach that is the sacred space that makes everybody feel happy? And that any of those are possible. We just don't know what the answer is, and we don't know what will be approved.
So
Will,
I think
let-
you,
Can I just follow up on that? Will the three proposals that you give us all be equally economically feasible?
No,
Okay,
no, they'll be feasible,
feasible,
but they will not produce the same result.
but they're feasible.
Yes.
Sorry, Anthony.
No, we won't ever do something that's not feasible.
so I think you rather eloquently kind of stated the problem, right? We have to define our vision. However, I look at this as a $700,000 hypothetical, and to go through a couple examples, we've spent over $335,000 on pool designs for pools that would never be built, couldn't be built. We've done countless studies totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars that we haven't taken action on. We did a $70,000 housing study to tell us people moved here after COVID from New York and California. Right? And so I really think we're putting the cart before the horse. I think the best people to determine what our residents want and to conduct these meetings is us commissioners doing town halls or us as a city doing town halls. I'm having a hard time looking at this fiscally and justifying it, where much of this stuff is known. We're looking at residential possibilities, hotel possibilities, retail, and dining. Well, we know all of that. And, we didn't even, on that list is not even attraction. I just was at the Palm Beaches Tourist Development Master Plan meetings, and they went through almost 90% of what you're looking for, the Palm Beaches as an area, and even looked at Lake Worth and other cities in terms of market and feasibilities. And at the end result of it was 19 suggested projects, all of which seemed awesome and cool, but there's no specifics that came out of it. And so looking at that, I do think as a city, we do need to decide where we want to go. I just don't think as a commission, we need to pay $700,000 to find that decision. I think after we have that decision as a city, then it would be pertinent to engage with individuals like yourselves. I also looked through in detail all of the deliverables, and some of them I think are things that we should do. In terms of the engineering reports on the existing buildings in the pool and what we have to do to tear that down and so forth, some of the surveying and some of the environmental stuff. But in terms of the visioning for what Lake Worth wants to be and where it needs to go, I think that needs to be a more intimate engagement between the commission and our city and our residents than an outsider. The feedback that I've gotten is when developers have come in and done this in the past, it felt very disconnected. They were talking to strangers. They weren't talking to their electeds, and they didn't feel like their voices got translated properly. And, I don't see a reason why we as electeds and we as a city cannot go through that definition process. And the last, piece of it, well, there's two last pieces. We go ahead and we do this and we spend $700,000 and we come up with a design that we think is what would be the best thing to happen. And then we have to go find a developer that actually wants to spend 100 million or 150 million on our thoughts. I don't know a developer in the world that's going to trust our feasibility study, trust our market analysis, trust our financial analysis. They're going to have their own people do that. And so looking at this, it's redundant. And, we have 2, 3, 4, 5 P3s coming in that cover the full gamut of everything that people are talking about. And they're coming in saying, we are willing to do all of this work for free. And so I just think we need to take a long, hard look at this. My gut tells me this is not fiscally responsible for us to take on at this time.
So thank you, Commissioner Segridge. Just a few points that I want to make. I think the best decision is an informed decision. The town halls will be set up to include commissioners, and we also have as part of our process conducting one-on-one interviews with each commissioner. Again, this is a partnership between our team and the city. So there is built into the public outreach component to build it upon that partnership and to identify with you who are the people that we need to be talking to that include a very broad and diverse representation from the community.
But I just don't think that we need a consultant to help us reach our constituents. I can call for a town hall and talk to my own constituents and go over these ideas.
And one last thing, the hypothetical, you kept repeating that. The hypothetical components are very much defined by the analysis that the team will be doing of need of market analysis. And we haven't touched on public benefits, which is one key component of this project. And the three options, well, exactly. The three options will identify what those public benefits would be to the community at large. And they may be different.
Unless it's a concrete project, we have to go through and
Thank you.
redo that analysis all over again when we get to the concrete project.
Well,
Could we do a hybrid of some of these tasks, but not others?
I mean, I do see value in some of the things, within these task orders that are the things that we didn't do that are smart to do about the beachfront and about knowing what are we dealing with? Are we dealing with an EPA disaster? Are we dealing with, quicksand? What's actually there? And I do agree with you that having that knowledge would add value because then people are not coming in with an unknown. But when I really just can't stress enough, when I look at the visioning of it and meeting with our constituents, I don't think that we need to be paying consultants to do that for us or facilitate that. I think we as a city need to get together and do that.
Okay, but what about the rest of it? I mean, I'm sort of agreeing because I know staff is probably saying, oh, just what we need is more charrettes to do, but more public meetings to do. But I think what are your feelings about, and I'll get to everybody, what are your feelings about the marketing study?
I think it's redundant.
Because it'll be done again.
I think the Palm Beach Port Development Council just did it for us.
Okay.
And we could piggyback off of that. I mean, there's nothing really specific to the Lake Worth market that isn't the same within the 10, 15 miles that they looked at all of the Palm Beaches. They looked at all of our areas. So I would encourage us to meet with them and see what they have. And that's our tax dollars. We pay the TDT tax to get support from them. When I spoke to them, they talked about two projects that piqued my interest. One was an artisanal district. Sound familiar? We have one of those scheduled. And the other one was a waterfront project, a major waterfront project. And when I went up and I spoke to them, I said, you probably know already, but we are the only city that has both of those that are possibilities and no one else does. And they were extraordinarily excited to talk to us about it because it's just not possible anywhere else. And so here we have our TDT dollars doing this kind of analysis. Well, it's about time we got a benefit from that. And maybe we could piggyback on that.
Thank you. Ms. May, let's go down the road.
Hi, thank you. I just have a couple questions on some of the things that were shared. I'm just going to speak for myself. I am not going to presume to know what the entire city thinks. I know that there's going to be people for or against every single project, but I think that I have heard a lot of people who are really excited about a hotel on the beach, and I have a pony in the game. What is it called?
Dog in the race.
Horse in the game, dog in the race. I do have one. I'm one vote. I'm one member of a community. But I do listen to the community as I know everyone else up here does. And I don't think, although there will be people who are saying exactly what the mayor is saying, there is also a large part of the community that wants to see something like this happening and wants to see even more than what we've even heard from. So I'm not going to speak either way because that's not my job. My job is to listen. Right. And my job is to listen to not only the constituents, but to the experts. Now, I don't agree with Mr. Segrich. I don't think as a commission and as a city that we have the skill, I guess, and the people and the time to perform these tasks ourselves. I think that's why we go out and we hire somebody to do that. We have hired the best of the best. We all sat here We all heard all of the different presentations, and we picked this company. They work for us. Like, they're not coming to convince us. We hired them. So yes, we have to work together. And yes, there may be things that we want to change about it, but I'm not entirely sure that we throw away the baby with the bathwater. As far as the referendum goes, honestly, like, we don't have to, and maybe I'm wrong because you said I was wrong. What you said is different from what I thought. My thought of the referendum was simply that we had to change the length of the lease. It doesn't matter what project we do, because any project we do would need a longer lease. So the referendum would just kind of, one of the referenda would be the length of the lease. There may be others, but if that was the one thing stopping a project, any project, that we could just put that on the ballot. I don't know that, I don't know. And that's why I teach sixth grade and you guys do this.
So, the only exception to that of all the things you're looking at, sorry, I didn't mean to pick this up. The only exception to that of all the things you're looking at are actually, retail restaurant may be able to work with the 30-year lease.
Okay.
So it is the larger development in terms of multi-story hotel, but kind of low density retail or restaurants, the 30-year lease is probably practical. And we did the work. I don't know if you're all familiar with in St. Pete Beach, or rather, sorry, St. Petersburg, with the pier. There was a big referendum there. There was concern about the length of the lease, and they actually were able to deal with it under a similar time frame. But that's just commercial activity and some quasi entertainment type uses as well. But low density, low scale. So those are the. But no, they'll never. You can't do it. You're 100% right. To your point, 50 years minimum, maybe even longer for hotel or any other higher density use. So just
yeah. Okay. The other thing is we're hearing $700,000. Well, eventually we're going to do a P3 with the beach anyway. They can pay it back. So whoever we hire can pay back the $700,000 to the city, and we're good. So I don't see that as a layout that we're not going to get back. So I'm not worried about that. Having the meetings, it just sounds really easy to do, but we are not able to do that, or we would have done it. We have been looking at this beach and dealing with this beach forever. We're not professionals. That's why we hired consultants. So the market analysis, we don't know what we can do, and we don't know what it's going to cost. And I think that what I'm hearing is, we're not telling you what you're going to do. We're giving you data so that you can make some decisions. I'm hearing it as a data-driven process where you come to us and you say, here's what your soil looks like. Here's what you could do, and you attract this kind of a population. Here's what you're going to do with this. Not, you're going to build this because we say so. That's kind of what I'm hearing. I want to be able to hear, and I think that the W Mode is a great example of the community outreach. And I believe it's the same company doing the outreach. So it's not like she has to learn the principles. She knows them all. So that would be a little bit faster, just because it wouldn't be starting from scratch. I also think that I just don't want, I hear a lot of negativity, and it's not that I'm saying we need to develop the beach, but I'm saying let's keep an open mind. We've hired consultants. Let's let them consult. Let's let them do what they have been doing expertly for years in so many different places. Like, we don't know what happened in St. Pete Beach. We don't know what happened in Miami. That's all I purview. I want you guys to go do your jobs and come back and tell me. So that's where I am.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy. Uh-oh.
Not good. I heard a presentation that talked about the property, the market value. repeatedly. No, I am beyond upset that at the kind of discussions we are having here. They are so out of tune with this community. In that whole discussion of we should be aware of the market value, the property value of this wonderful resource we have, I never heard the word ocean in the whole discussion. This is a little piece of South Florida that when it last came up for what we're going to do with it, one of the options was get rid of any building that was on it, replant it to native vegetation, and have a beach and have an ocean that people could get to. That was an option that this community thought about. The mentality that's being thought of, what I heard repeatedly is, well, we got to figure out something that we can package up in such a way that we can get community support for this and push it through. That's the opposite of why I take my time as a scientist who should be doing other things to represent this community. It's not to shove something through. And I'm talking to my fellow commissioners. I think the mayor started off maybe very mildly, but in the right direction. This is so far from what this community wants. Now, let me say some things. Are there some things that are really challenging? I can tell you, I started, I don't know, 20 years ago, being involved in decision-making in this community because of the beach. You want some of those signs? I got a batch of them in my garage. And I know that other people do too. Hands off the beach. The beach, not hands off of, hey, a property that might be worth X million dollars or some other $1 million, or we could make money off of. And if we package it right and say, you know, you could get $100 million out of this beach, so we should vote for this so that we have $100 million so we can put it into potholes. The whole mentality is messed up. Here are some real things that we do need to know. Mr. Segrich has made an interesting point that we need to, and I think the mayor has also, we need to know what our community wants. It's not up to us what we want. I agree with the Commissioner Mayor on that. It's what our community wants. Well, that's not so easy. As you know, there's 40,000 people. We're going to ask each one. Well, how about we ask 20,000? Is that right? Which 20,000? How about we ask, 20 is still kind of high. How about we only ask about 1,000? Okay, who's going to pick those? Are we just going to put it out there? Hey, we might do something at the beach and see who shows up. No, that process of figuring out if we are serious as an elected body, that we want to actually give a full voice to as much of the community and as broadly across the spectrum of the community as possible, that is not an easy thing. And yes, you do have a subprime on your project, Renee Miller. Renee Miller has a conflict of interest. She's doing PR for a developer that came in here. And let me tell you some things about that project, the W Motor project. I've been out in the community knocking on doors starting back in October and again from January through March. And I can tell you that she would be a lousy way, if you really have an empirical interest in figuring out what the community cares about, the vast majority, I would say on the order, and the city manager can attest to this, I've been telling him this for months, 6 months, nobody knows about this W Motor project. Nobody knows if you ask them, hey, what do you think about a museum coming to town? Oh, it could be okay. Nobody knows about the level of public investment, public money going into it. And once they do hear something about that, they tend to have a very different view of it. So there is a real challenge of how, if you have an honest, if we as a commission have an honest wish to really find out what most of the community, not the parts of the community that have special interests, maybe certain stakeholders that do not represent the whole community. That is not easy to do. Renee Miller has proven she is not the person to do it. So that's step one. It's not easy to do, and you got to find somebody, and there has to be a very strong commitment on this commission that we really want to know. That's part one of what do people want. There's another complication to it that if you ask people, you want free beer? Yeah, most people will say, you want free cold beer? Yeah, now you got even more people say. That's not useful. That's not useful information gathering of what people want. So one of the challenges that we've had that I think Commissioner Segridge alluded to a little bit is we've done a bunch of studies before, but we came up with some design for a pool that costs umpteen $1 million that we didn't have the money for. So how do you, there is a real challenge that we have here is how do you, first of all, find out what the community values? And I can tell you a lot of people value the ocean, the beach. They don't want to see a hotel up there. They don't want to see money making out of it. Are you okay with having a few shops, being able to buy a few things, get a little bit of pizza? Yeah, pretty much that's okay. Kind of what you mentioned, Mr. Lambert, with St. Pete. Yeah, maybe a restaurant. We sort of know what we want already. The community wants a pool. They're 10 years behind in wanting a pool. It doesn't have to be a fancy pool, just a pool that you can swim in for the people who are not able to swim in the ocean. Do we want to have a fancy restaurant up in the North End that generates some income? That's a reasonable place to generate income? Yes, we already know that. Are there a couple things we got to fix on the building to do that? Yeah, we don't need a big study on. Do we have any community space in that building that is a community space, not a money-making space, a community space? Yeah, we got a ballroom. Let's do some things with that to make that a community space. Those are the three things that we sort of know. The rest of the stuff are things that I don't. And now I'm going to go a little bit wild. And I hope, no, I am not done. This is a big deal for this community. We can make time to talk about probably the biggest
Madam
issue
Clerk?
that people care about in our community.
Madam Clerk, where are we? Have you been keeping track of time?
No, I have not.
So here,
Okay, Mr. Dubois, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up.
okay, I will wrap it up when I'm done.
Thank you.
When I'm done. I didn't say I was done. I said when I'm done.
Okay, but please don't. You have made your feelings very clear.
There was a discussion of we need to come up with a package and know what the value of this is so that we can put that in front of the community so that we can entice them by knowing, hey, you have valuable beachfront property here that you could make $100 million of. And by the way, we have $80 million worth of potholes that need fixing. So that $100 million is pretty attractive.
Okay, you're being redundant now, so I'm going to call Ms. Malega.
No, I'm not
I'm
done.
calling on Ms. Malega.
Well, let me finish,
If we have
please.
some time, you can come back. But
No, I am going to finish
you
now.
cannot monopolize
This
every
process
conversation.
is
Mr.
messed up.
Mr. McVoy,
It's
please stop
nice.
talking.
No, I will not because I'm not finished.
Ms.
And
Malega,
I
please
will
start.
No,
Stop.
no, I am not going to. It is important how you go at this.
Chris, you have.
That's my decision to say whether I've made it, not somebody else's. It is not an appropriate process to say, hey, this could make X amount of money, and therefore we need to put that in front of people. No, you first start out and figure out what this community wants.
And that's part
In
of the
a very
process.
open, honest way. If everybody in the community says, oh, the only thing we want for the beach is to make buckets of money off of it, okay, then we'll go do the analysis to figure out how big is that bucket. But first, figure out whether that's what people want, because I don't think people do.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Malega?
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you for being here.
And being so patient.
And I want to say thank you to staff because I've been sitting up here for a little over 2 terms. So I won't count the days. But I will just go on the record to say every time we have a decision to make, this commission backtracks decisions that we've already voted on. We voted on and we hired, and Renee Miller's name was all over the documentation when they did the presentation. So you need to just put that on a shelf. So that's my opinion on that conversation. It was in the backup. It was in black and white. Nobody pulled a fast one. So that needs to be stated. Okay. This city I moved here, I invested here a long time ago as a business owner. When people said I was crazy, sometimes I question myself. I want to just, how many people, if I went around the city and said to everybody, when's the last time you've been to the beach? I would love to know the answer to that, because we're sitting here and we are talking about the people who use the beach. We're not talking about the citizens who haven't been to the beach in 6 years. So there's two different communities. There are people who I know who go to the beach and they take their little metal detectors and they're there every day like clockwork. It's part of the routine. Then you have somebody like me. If I get to our ocean once every 4 months, I'm excited to be there for an hour because my schedule doesn't permit it. And I really think that the people we need to be focusing on are the ones who do utilize the beach, not the ones who just love the fact that there is a beach over there one day, and when their friends come to visit, they might spend one time there every 18 months. This is our opportunity, and the reason we hired you guys was to tell us what the best opportunity is, not for us, not for the people who live here today, for the generations who are going to be in this city 10 years, 30 years, 50 years from now. I'm not a commissioner who sat up here 20 years ago and didn't make decisions on a beach. And I'm proud of that, because I am proud of every decision I make, because I do believe that we reach out to our community. I do believe that we do a lot of input. I do believe that our staff does everything that they can to make sure that what we're working on is communicated. If you don't know that WMOD is happening, you just don't want to know. That's just my opinion. Okay.
So no, not this statement.
Okay. Well, then I guess I'm obnoxious. I'm not, don't go back and forth. Don't interrupt me. I know that our staff is very thin right now. They are pulled in a million different directions. So I understand when the timing of this, I was the one who inquired and said, when are we going to get a response? Only because now all of a sudden we have these triple Ps. We don't want to keep putting the cart before the horse or kill the horse with the cart. It's kind of where we're at right now.
Beat the dead horse.
I think that $700,000 is a lot. I'm not going to lie. When we hired you, I kind of asked about, what does the finance look at this? Where's the money coming from? What pot are we paying for this? How are we going to get this money reimbursed to us? But I also know that we have business owners who have leases and who have been supporting this city and supporting our beach that would love to have a hotel and more people coming into their businesses to support them. I know that we need job creation. I know that we need tourism dollars. I know that we do have needs in the city. Do I want to see a 250 room hotel? Absolutely not. Would I like to see maybe a boutique hotel? Maybe. But it really is not what we have to listen to. The people who use the beach. We have to listen to what the residents who are here now, who are going to have children who are here 20 and 30 years from now. And that's who I want to make decisions for. I don't want to make decisions for right here, right now. I want to make decisions for the future. I think that we need to, like Commissioner Segrich did say, there are things in here that we do need to, I think it's a high number. I'm not going to lie. I did not anticipate $700,000 for this process, because we have spent an immense amount of money on pool designs and there are some things like the housing study was going to be used for us to be able to apply for funds. Mobility studies, we need those to apply for funds for grants. There are reasons we do pay for studies, and it usually equates to more dollars down the road. I would like to see a couple things. I'm not going to, now that you've been yelled at by everybody, I would like to see at least the minimum for community meetings and virtual focus work groups. And I would like to see them in tri-language. So Creole, Spanish, and English, just like we did with WMODA. It's imperative that whatever we're doing, I mean, if you need to get on the Haitian radio station, I got connections. If you want to be in Legia News, like, we've got to make sure that we get the input of the community, because again, people who want jobs may be like, yep, you know what? I don't go to the beach, but I'll work at a hotel. I'll be a culinary expert at a hotel. There are people here who want job creation. They want economic vitality. They want to be able to say, you know what? I now have a career and I don't have to leave my home to drive to Wellington to get a good job. And nobody thinks about that up here. And it frustrates me as a business owner. We have got to create jobs in this city. We've got to have economic impact that is positive. And Anthony, when he interviewed earlier for the CRA, he talked about, if you don't bring businesses here, and I love that we have affordable housing, but people who live in affordable housing, and I grew up in it, we don't support restaurants. We need people who can afford market rate rent, because they're the ones who then support the businesses. And it's got to be a balance. we have to be able to help everyone in our city, not just always help the few who are the loudest. And that's where I'm at. I want to do this, but I would like to see those changes. And I think that if we could renegotiate or work on the budget is what I really want to see.
School of Value Engineering.
There you go. Value engineering. I love that.
Thank you. I'm going to have the last word. And you brought up an excellent point. I have noticed in the past couple of years, as I go out into the community, and I do, a lot of younger people are moving into the city. A lot of younger people that have children are moving into the city. And I think to myself, you know, I sit here, I've been here since 1967. And it's like, you know, I have this great forever. And I have this, you know, great, my heart would love the pool to beach. I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but that's where my heart is. But I also think, you know, what I am looking for, what my memories of Lake Worth are since 1967 are different than someone that bought a house last year or 5 years ago for a very high price. They paid a lot of money to come into the city. And I think that, you know, in 30 years, I won't be here, but they will. So I want us not to, you know, whatever groups we're talking to, I want to talk to the people that are younger, that have just come in here and see what their vision is for this city in 30 years, what they think this should be. So with that, I am going to end conversations. And if anybody has a motion, I'll entertain it.
Motion to approve.
Oh, we have public comment.
I'm sorry, yes, I was gonna
Yeah,
say.
we have public comment. Come on up.
Can we get a response on the value engineering conversation as well?
And you can we noodle with that a little
bit?
Yeah, just, are you open to the thing?
We're open to everything. One of the things that you need to keep in mind is that a lot of these are simply costs. It costs a lot of money to get a survey. If you're going to really do a 40-year certification and go through your buildings, that's money that, so I just want you to understand that this is not a $700,000 commission to noodle around and invent ideas. There's a lot of very specific, it's in there. We have a lot of costs that we believe are important for you so that you have certainty when you go out into the world. If you want us to strip out the technical stuff, we could save money and just give you the idea piece, but we think you need it all.
Okay.
And just to have the technical stuff without the inventive idea stuff also is not going to give you what you need.
Loud and clear about how our citizens have got to be heard. That, to me, that's one of the most important things on this, is getting the word out. And it's always hard. It's a challenge, but
Look,
to me, that's very
the reality is, let me just finish with this. We do this because of many reasons, but one of the most important is we believe in the value of urban design. If you as a commission truly believe that you know what your community wants and you can do it yourselves, you don't need us. You can say goodnight, we'll walk away, and we're fine with that. But you have to go into this process believing that we're going to add value to you. Otherwise, don't do it.
Okay, thank you. Public comment. Peggy Adams. It's late. Anybody have a dog? Peggy Fisher, followed by Ginny Powell. I'm sorry. You didn't bring your dog. I'm sorry. Peggy Adams.
Cooper's at home.
Cooper's at home.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I am appalled by a commissioner sitting up here and attacking an individual that is not in this room and blasting that individual and their character. You came to my house and did it to me personally, and I will not have you do. Yes, you did. And I will not have it done to other people, nor will I not hold my tongue about your current employer doing it to other people in this community. You were sitting right there when there was an opportunity to you brought it up. You brought this up. I'm responding to something you brought up. I'm responding to your statement of wanting a higher-end restaurant on the north end of the second floor of the casino. I was in this room when that option existed, when the leases for the casino were being let. And there is only one person sitting on this dais at this time who was totally against that and killed that opportunity for this city and lost millions of dollars for the citizens in this city. I am just appalled at some of the things that have been said tonight. I do think you need to do a better job of providing to the people who come to these meetings, watch these meetings, look at the backup, to have backup that is you're going to look at, that's going to be put up on screens for the public. And I also want you all to stand up for the people in this city who don't always think everything has to be for a certain group. That property on the beach belongs to every citizen in this city, belongs to the city. And
Thank you,
that's
that's
a selected group.
Thank you. Ginny Powell, followed by Janet Serrano. Madam Clerk, do we have public comments from you?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Powell.
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. A lot has been said. I find myself agreeing with a little bit of everything. And if I don't stick to my script, then I'm going to go over my 2 minutes. That's not enough time to deal with this issue. I know it's early in the process, but I want to get there early. That's why I'm here tonight. I love our beach. The first 20 years I was here, I waited so that something would be done before I died. And it was. And some of you may not remember what the beach looked like before what we have now. It is lovely. It is lovely now. Okay, maybe it needs some tweaking, but it's quite lovely as it is, in my opinion. I do think a feasibility study is probably in order here. I know I agree with Commissioner Segrich too. It seems like we're studying the studies, and there's been a lot of criticism of that. The pool, yes, 300,000. I think it was probably closer to 500,000 by the time. So this is maybe a one-stop shop, but I also think there's some modifications. I think this emphasis on maximum monetization is disturbing. We all know that that's the most valuable piece of land probably in all of South Florida right now. And it's low key, it's low impact, a lot of green space. And I love that. It doesn't mean that improvements can't be made. I support retail and dining. I oppose hotels, housing, or rentals. The mayor said it well. Residents have consistently opposed high impact development at the beach. No hotels. We have history that with the signs in the garages, save our beach. Caution on tax revenue goals. That's mentioned. Shifting property from primarily tax exempt to a tax revenue generator. This echoes past attempts to a backdoor deal to sell parts of our beach, which would then become, I think there was something along those lines. That's when the signs came out, save our beach.
Thank you, that's time.
Oh, John.
I have a lot
Finish
more.
this, Northern. Email us.
Okay, we need charrettes. We need massive shred. I say hire Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. 3 of you supported that back in 2022. It was excellent.
And I think you've heard that we understand. She's a rebel. Ms. Serrano.
Hi, Janet Serrano, 413 North L Street. Oh boy, it hasn't happened too often, but I'm almost as mad as Commissioner McVoy about this issue. I can't believe that any of you would entertain the idea of a hotel on the beach. When you think of all those signs, save our beach, we don't need a hotel there. We have the Gulfstream, we have the Marriott coming. Leave the beach alone. Make the improvements you need to make to the pool, whatever is going to be decided. I know we don't have the money for a new pool. Tear it down, do something with the space, get a restaurant up there in that northeast corner, get some revenue for the city, continue the weddings at the casino ballroom. I go to the beach a lot. I'm at that beach 2 and 3 times a week, usually in the late afternoon. I like to go over there and people watch. I cannot begin to tell you how many families there are at that beach. They come over there because they don't have to pay for anything but parking.
whole generations of families. And these are working class families. You can tell by the number of children that are with them. You can tell by the demographics. They enjoy that beach. It is a wonderful amenity for the city. And it is a sacred space. It's a sacred space that needs to be left alone. I go there a lot just to sit and watch the ocean because I get a lot of peace from doing that. I'm not going to get that peace if there's some hotel on the beach there. And hotels on the beach tend to overtake the beach itself in time. It's just not going to be the same. We have a beautiful space there now. All of that walkways that face the ocean. You can bike, you can walk your pet, kids can play on the playground. Just leave it alone. Just correct the things that need correcting, the structural issues that we have. But please, please, no hotels on the beach. I don't think we need this study. If we've got a 30-year lease on restaurants already, we don't need a referendum. If that's all we're going to go for at the beach is a restaurant. And we don't need a referendum to put up a hotel. So I don't think we need to spend this money. I think it would be a waste of time. But I can't beg you anymore. Just please leave the beach alone. No hotels and no resorts on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony, a splash, absolutely splash pad. Anthony Zen, followed by Ramsey McLeod. She's always last. Okay.
Anthony Zeitlin, 117 18th Avenue South. First of all, I would appreciate if you didn't use my comments to grandstand because you obviously didn't vote for me for the CRA. So whatever I say it shouldn't really be relevant for what your arguments are.
Let's not be personal.
Second of all, yes, I agree with McVoy here. The fact that this is even brought up, this is like the Park issue all over again. What a hotel, a boutique hotel. You're a business owner. You always mention that you're a business owner. And I think this is very relevant to the conversation. That means that you're motivated by profit. And I don't like that. I think that it should be the value of the city and the citizens are the ones that matter the most. Everything else should be secondary. And the fact that you guys talk about how, oh, we can charge more parking. You know what? I don't go to the beach. I don't go to Lake Worth Beach. Do you know why I don't go to Lake Worth Beach? Because it sucks. Because when I go there, I have to pay $5 or I have to pay like 70 something dollars a year to park. What? I remember when before the beach was redone before we had all these issues. I used to swim in that pool. And you know what happened? They closed it down. They redeveloped it and it's sucked ever since. The parking has gone up. The service has sucked. The crime is bad there still. Cars get broken into all the time. There's less parking up top. You can't even see the beach. You can't even cruise by the beach and see the beach. You have to park and get out. I mean, what is going on here? Please don't point. I'm
pointing him because
I don't care. I don't care. You should be focused on me instead of your constituency instead of other people.
I said the same thing to Mr. Waters. You can't even see the beach. You can't stop and look at the beach.
Right. And yet that hasn't been brought up at all.
Oh.
So that the fact that it's like we're just talking about money. Oh, we see money signs. Great. How many times does scope creep come in? You know,
You come in.
is it my turn to speak? I believe it's my turn to speak.
Ms. Malega, please don't do that.
So that at the end of the day, it's like just focus on the citizens and everything else will work itself out instead of the money. I mean, Jesus. I'm done.
Thank you. Ramsey McLeod. Well.
We are. No stress.
Okay.
Melissa, I'm just right down to the second, so don't rush the clock, okay, hon? There, that'll work. We'll leave that there. All right, here we go. Hi, everybody. Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I read the consultant's proposal and I found section 2.4.2 on page 5 to be quite concerning. Quote, the city is seeking an analysis to thoroughly understand the local and regional residential, rental or for sale, retail dining, and hospitality in an effort to assess the feasibility of these specific uses from a demand perspective and help drive the physical master plan. As you read further, it indicates a greater emphasis is being placed on the, quote, positioning of the city property to sources of demand and competitive projects for residential, retail dining, and hotel. We have gone down this road before, and the citizens were loud and clear on what their vision for this area is. They consider this a public use, city-owned property, and the taxpayers have made it clear that no residential units or a hotel are acceptable there. They do not want this area to end up like others along the coastline, where citizen access to the beach front is now governed by the residents living there and not the citizens of Lake Worth. This type of change will be more of a detriment than a benefit in the long run. We all saw what happened in Delray Beach when they did that, and how many of their residents moved here because of it. We have the Gulfstream Hotel, which is already taking reservations just over the bridge from the beach. So we don't need another hotel type entity at the beach. From all that I've read, it sounds more like we are handing them a blank slate and telling them to propose what residential type options are available to bring the greatest income to the city. There is no mention of a pool or an aquaplex in this area. So without any transparency, you have collectively decided to abandon the pool without any options of where it should be located or citizen input. Another issue you haven't resolved, but decided to move on forward with this venture. Don't tell me you're just waiting for the open spaces report, because residents have already located and advised you of what places would be a good option for the pool. Instead of acting, you have all stayed mute on our input. We are spending over $700,000 for this analysis, and I, for one, am not in favor of paying this kind of money to get the same results already stated. Nor am I in favor of using our beachfront property to provide residential options to the Palm Beaches. I think a majority of residents thought the focus would be more on revitalizing the pool and adding amenities that would complement that. The greater focus should be on making our beachfront the most attractive by offering a year-round pool, outdoor activities, and affordable options for nourishment while there. We need to preserve this beachfront and keep it open and available to all for outdoor activities. This smells
Thank
very
you,
much.
that's time. I'm so sorry.
This smells very much like you have just cracked open the door for another overdevelopment project like the one that was proposed last year for our state parks. And you saw how Floridians reacted to that.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
I have 5 comments, Madam Mayor. Diane Brown, 905 North Lakeside Drive. Lake Worth Beach is a gem, and overdeveloping it will take away from its uniqueness. 1, I'm glad to see the casino building being evaluated and would encourage a pool and more retail and restaurants. 2, the community should have early input in this process, as I imagine there will be great pushback on a hotel and residential development. 3, it would be a mistake to build residential development as well as a hotel. Why would you want to compete with the Gulfstream Hotel that will open soon? I worry about climate change and its effect on buildings on our barrier island. This big development would affect our beach greatly. It would also require another parking garage. That would make 3 for our small city. Thank you. Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. I am firmly against paying a consultant $700,000 to come up with a plan to privatize our beach complex. The residents of this city have made it clear time and time again that we want to keep our public lands, most especially the beach, public. The commission knows this, yet they think it's a good idea to spend $750,000 for consultants to come back with a plan to give away our most valuable asset to a private developer or a P3. This is the dumbest proposal ever. Not surprised that the commission put this on a special meeting to hide it from the residents. The same thing was done with Airbnbs. Gail Silverblatt, 414 North Ocean Breeze. I have concerns about the scope of work included in the Municipal Beach Complex Development Professional Services Agreement contract with Ziskovich Company. To include a study for a mix of residential and hotel with the complex is disturbing. As Ziskovich states, the property is one of the most valuable underdeveloped beachfront sites in South Florida, but is also an iconic property with a long history for the city and its residents. To include residential and or a hotel anywhere within the beach complex has never been a choice of the residents when looking to improve this part of our city. The study should go forward, but the idea to include residential or a hotel should be placed on a ballot for the residents to vote yay or nay and not included in this study. Jackson Stall, 211 North Lakeside Drive. When determining the immediate use of $700,000, the city must determine if the $700,000 consultant fee will genuinely provide a benefit that 1, cannot be achieved internally, 2, cannot be achieved through the competitive process with developers who have their own vested interests but will provide options and pricing free of cost, 3, will lead to a demonstrably better outcome for the city and its residents in the long run. 4, will mitigate risks that could cost the city significant more than $700,000. By clearly answering the above points, we can make a strong case for or against the consultant fee, even without direct legal precedents or tests for unnecessary consultant spending. I believe you all will find that this spending is currently unnecessary and not the way to move forward at this moment. But nonetheless, it is imperative that these questions are thoroughly considered and subsequently answered. And that is why I'm against the current $700,000 bid for a consultant. Additionally, I'd like to mention Florida's procurement laws, various chapters, including 255, 287, and others, depending on the specific government entity. These laws dictate how government agencies must solicit bids, award contracts, and manage public funds. Violations can lead to contracts being voided and in some cases, even worse outcomes. Let us make sure the city is in compliance and that we do not find ourselves in true hardship over our valuable entities. Rubber stamp consulting must also be avoided at all costs. For the record, rubber stamp consulting by definition is if or when a consultant is hired primarily to validate a predetermined outcome or to provide political cover for a controversial decision rather than offering independent analysis. The last comment, Anthony Murata, 327 North Lakeside Drive. Madam Mayor and Commissioners, as it relates to the hiring of a consultant for $702,153.25, I would ask that the City Commission consider this significant cost and weigh against the ability to obtain the same outcome of what can be done with the property by soliciting the same from the private market through those that may be interested in developing the property. It seems a bit premature to be approving such a large expenditure on a consultant when there are viable options to get the same result at minimum cost. Thank you. That's the last comment for this evening.
Thank you. Would anyone entertain and I see your lights on, Mr. Brown, but I just wanted, would anyone entertain the idea of just crossing out the word residential?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Sure, and hotel while you're at it. But I think we're still hearing,
So yes, for takeout residential. You want more, but yes, for takeout residential. Ms. Malega?
So under analysis of current market conditions, remove the residential, rental, and for sale?
Yeah, where it
Yes,
says residential.
nothing for sale, nothing, nobody's living there,
Right.
at least legally.
Agreed.
Okay. Yep. So, yeah, really. If they have a tent or.
Actually, you're gonna listen to the stats. I was gonna say I had more, I think I had more,
sorry?
I had more things too.
Okay,
Sorry.
Mr. Brown? But we're gonna limit the time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As Bernard mentioned last time he was up, a lot of the costs you're seeing are actual technical aspects of things that need to happen up there. I also want to make sure, because a couple of things have been stated throughout the evening. I want to be very clear and make sure everyone understands. You have a very thin staff, especially at the executive level and the director level. We're all doing a lot of different things and being pulled in a lot of different directions. We also, being the level of staff we are, serve on a lot of different committees and boards at the county level, at the state level, some at the national level. We have a lot going on. Also, in addition to our daily duties and the operational stuff on top of all that, we have everything that we currently are doing and the things we already have in the books we're about to be doing. So I want to be very clear and make sure that we set a level of expectation. If you think on top of everything else, we're now going to be able to somehow internally put this process together and put all these meetings together and do everything that we are looking to have a consultant do, I'm going to be upfront and honest with you and tell you right now, we are not capable unless we are able to find in the budget somehow we can hire 8 more full-time level staff at the, because I mean, William, you can, William, let me tell you right now, I mean,
No, I think that
it's not possible. It's literally not possible. So I don't want that expectation to be set
Right.
that we're going to somehow going to add all this and now we're going to run with this and actually be successful.
Right. I
We
think
will
that
not be.
we recognize that and appreciate that, and that will certainly go into this decision. So for any additional comments, because we've been on this for a while, we're each gonna get 3 minutes. If you want 3 minutes, you got 3 minutes. So
Okay.
who's up?
I think I was up first, and then Commissioner Leah, then
Okay,
Ms.
so you got
May,
3
I think.
minutes. Go ahead.
I think what I heard a very consistent message out of all the comments. And interestingly, it came from a range of people with maybe one exception, covering a wide range of our community. The message was the beach is a public park, might want to tweak a few things, maybe paint the building a little different color, maybe fix some of the things that would let us put a nice restaurant up on the top that does make money. Which in fact, I actually tried to solicit a long time ago, a commercial restaurant real estate people to try to get people in, and we hit bumps on it. I did many years ago vote against the idea of knocking a hole in the north end of the building that would have made that space upstairs and downstairs the same. That's just a correcting the record thing. But I've always been in favor of a high-end, expensive restaurant that takes advantage of the views both east and west and does make money and is not necessarily for all in the community because it would be too expensive, but it's a reasonable use that generates income there, as long as you're doing other good things with it. What I heard very consistently was 2 things. We already know that the community does not want hotels, doesn't want residential. We've decided to take that off. That's fine. That's good. That's a start. But really, the start of anything that we do, before we spend $700,000 or even $70,000, find a way to figure out what people see as needing doing at the beach. What do they want there? And we had a very good suggestion. The best charrette that was done in this community in the last 5 years was the one that was done by Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. They had no interest. They weren't trying to monetize. They did think about financial things. That was fine. They did a decent job of it. And they did a very good job by wide agreement across a lot of different people in this community of getting a good community sense. Get them to do it. You could hire them. They're available to do that kind of thing. They would love to do it. It's based on going to their meetings on a regular basis. I think they would be happy if they can fit it in the schedule. Do that at the start end, because there's no point doing a referendum about changing the 30-year lease or changing the 50 or doing referendums on some high-end fancy money thing if that isn't what the community wants. There's no point spending $700 to figure out, yeah, it's an expensive, it's a valuable property, but that's not what this community sees it as. Okay, maybe there's a few more people, like the mayor says, people who come in and paid $500,000 per house. Maybe they're a little more willing to do it, but I would guess that that opinion hasn't shifted that far. People want the beach, whether they go. It's just like people value Alaska, even though they know they will never get to Alaska. They value that there's some wild stuff out there.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr.
So
Lega?
I would be very clear about not voting to move forward with 700,000, even with some value engineering and changes. That's not the direction. We don't need to find that
Thank you.
information that way, and
Ms.
it's not the right
Ms.
information.
Malega?
Thank you. So my question is, I don't see anything in here, because you had mentioned that a lot of the costs were hard costs. And I don't see anything in regards to invoices being produced in regards to these hard costs, these, what you were saying earlier, these are tangibles. These are not just your consult fees. I would like to see some kind of language in there in regards to a
monthly
breakdown,
statement.
a breakdown on what these hard costs are. So we can justify, okay, we have this survey, we have this, this geoplanning.
Can you do a monthly statement? Well, that's what I mean.
I think we need to know before voting on it, what are these things and.
Now, Mr.
how about-
McBoy, you're done. for now.
And my
Not
second
done, but
question would be,
Ms. Malega's on the floor.
I didn't see anything in here in regards to attractions. And My goal is always to, regardless of what some people in the room may think, is how do I create jobs and how do we get people to come to Lake Worth Beach? And how do we create a destination location? Like, Loggerhead Marina, they just got like the #1 writing up on USA Today for the best free place to visit, right? How do we incorporate that into here? Because what if it is a turtle rescue hospital? I'm just throwing that out there. Or what if it is something that harnesses the ocean that we have and the marine life and really focuses on that? I didn't see anything about attraction. I know that we originally had talked about some kind of attraction up there. So could you address that?
We would likely, in a public meeting, hope that one of your beautiful residents maybe identifies a turtle attraction that they would want, right? That's why the public meeting is an opportunity for the public to express what are the types of things that they would like to see.
So if none of them said they want a hotel, you're going to take the hotel off the paperwork.
You may get that. Anyway, we do have a breakdown.
Hang on, wait, no. I'm being serious. Like, if we want you guys to think about an attraction and what would bring money, what would bring value, I would like that to be considered. I don't want to wait for a resident to throw that out.
No, what I'm referring to is that the process is designed to allow that type of input. We don't come with any preconceived notions. We have identified a series of development programmatic elements that could happen, but we are open as part of that analysis to be able to evaluate.
Okay, so if we say take out residential, but put an attraction, then you guys could be able to accommodate that. And the other thing I wanted to just bring up under page 4 of 11, subtask 2.3, you have up to 13 in-person meetings with key stakeholders. I don't want each one of us to be 5, and
Right.
I would like to see that excluding commissioners and staff.
We can do that.
Okay,
Yes.
that's a good idea. Thank you.
Just addressing attractions just very, very quickly, because attractions is a big category, right? So attractions goes from a major water park, which would require a whole bunch of parking in terms of structured parking on that site, to something like a turtle sanctuary, right? So we have to understand through the process of what people will tolerate, because I would imagine having a water park, correct me if I'm wrong, because having a water park with a bunch of fiberglass slides that would block the beach is probably not something that's high on the list of the community's desire for. Well, yeah, but that's a whole different scale. That's really a park improvement. It's not necessarily attractive. So, yeah.
All right, on a very tiny, all right, I won't go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
And to answer your question about the hard costs, we can provide a breakdown based on the budget that we submitted. The tasks that are defined that include those technical versus the design and the public outreach, we can give you the breakdown for that.
Was that like invoice that like client?
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you.
Ms. May.
Okay, I like those two. I like the idea that we took off residential because I can't imagine that happening. The other thing, I like the breakdown, so everybody can see exactly what is being spent. I hear from the room that a hotel would be the end of the world, but I also would like to, what Mr. Ziskovich was saying, is let's put that as the one bracket, and then knock everything down and put it back to nothing but native shrubs as the other bracket. Now you've got your brackets. Okay, hotels, as far as we're going to go. We're not going over to residential. And then in between,
Scared.
you know what I'm saying? And if, to Vice Mayor Malia, if when we're doing the charrettes, if there is no interest in a hotel, great, no hotel, drop it. But I don't want to completely take it off the table because I don't know. And I'm not going to speak for the entire community. I'm assuming I don't know. I'm not going to assume anything, but I can assume that nobody's going to go for residential because that means, or anything for sale. We're not selling anything. So we can take all that off the table. But as far as the knock everything down, we're going back to shrubs.
I'm not.
And we're building a hotel. I'm just saying those are extremes. Those are the extremes that you could go to, right? So somewhere in between those extremes.
Thank you, Mr. Segment.
Yeah.
I've been listening attentively, And what I'm hearing is kind of a desire to be certain that if what you don't want is a lot of development, that we would obviously go there. I can tell you unequivocally, absolutely. But it raises a different question. Why do you want to do this? I mean, if what you really are feeling in your leadership, maybe you don't need the hard costs. Maybe the only thing you really need from us is to help you facilitate what it is you want. Does it really matter if you have a survey? Does it really matter if you have the soils? Does it matter if you have structure? We came at it in a different way. We came at it with an assumption that what you want is to find this balance between redeveloping the beach, getting some meaningful income into the city, while not in any way hurting the opportunity for the resident to still feel comfortable at the beach. But if this community really feels like profit isn't your interest, and what you want is really nothing more than a nice restaurant and some improvements, then frankly, you don't need a referendum. You don't need all of that stuff. You don't actually need us. If that's what you want, you can go there, but you're not going to get P3 interest. You're not going to get people willing to come in and spend years developing something that they can monetize, because that's why they're offering you a P3. So I'm a little bit confused, because we don't want to get into a process that we think is this big, and then halfway down the runway begin to understand that there's just so much conflict here and so much indecision here that what you really are going to do is just back up and say, listen, we just want you to make improvements, at which point we're going to tell you, you don't need us for that. So I'm just trying to make you understand one thing. All we want is to provide the best result. We don't have an agenda. But if you want us to go through massive public input, be insulted and abused at every turn, have incredible amount of indecision going on. I mean, listen, let's be real here. Let's be real here. You've been at this for years. You went through a process. You picked us because we convinced you that we can bring you to the end game. But sitting through this meeting tonight, I don't know that you want us to do that. And I don't know that that's really what we want to do. If that's the process, if the process is simply to just go through angst, I'm not interested.
Yeah. Well, it's going to we're all going to have to, so there's not.
Yeah, but I mean, but there needs to be a certain amount of trust and belief and willingness to accept an idea that you haven't thought about. But all I've heard tonight, frankly, are ideas that you fought over for all these years, and everyone that either spoke or came up is basically telling you they like the beach the way it is. They don't want you to do anything. So I'm beginning to wonder, why are we here? What are we trying to accomplish?
Good what?
This is the exact same thing. And this is why we started this whole process, because I heard from everyone that we spoke to.
Absolutely.
That you guys wanted to finally have something happen at the beach. We've spent all this money on wasted studies and redesigned the pool and redesigned the pool and redesigned the pool. And all you were doing is moving different things around in CAD. It was nothing that was going to get you any closer to an actual project up there.
Mm-hmm.
But every time we get close to actually doing something and actually laying the foundation for actually having something happen up there, we get this, and it's indecision. So wherever you guys go with this tonight, just understand that there is no step forward. So we're going to continue to get frustration and eyes at staff, like what's happening at the beach, what's happening at the pool, what's happening with this, what's happening with that. I'll be upfront and honest with you, nothing is happening with it.
Well, we know that.
Because until we get an actual decision, there is nothing that's going to happen, and there will continue to be frustration from the staff level, from the community level, from every level, because we still don't have an actual decision on how to move forward. And as I mentioned before, If you're looking to staff to run this whole process, we don't have the staffing levels.
We know that.
We don't have the time.
We understand that. Now, let me just say, the technical sorts of things are the 1 to 3 month thing. That's the technical stuff is happening at the same time as the public input, correct? So we're not wasting any time. We're not waiting for the public, because those things, if we want an analysis of the beach and the land and that, how it, the gestalt of the whole place up there, we're going to have to do that anyway. I mean, that's a good thing to have as a tool, correct, Mr. Waters, as we talked about today. So I don't know. Go ahead. Were you going to say something?
Good, bad, or indifferent. I came to the city after serving as the design architect for the reconstruction of the casino. In discussions with the then city manager, Susan Stanton, she asked me, what could you do with our community services department? There are a lot of boogaboos, surprises that are not actually open and been investigated to any length in terms of what can and cannot happen at the beach. As a little bit of a history lesson, the beach redo project was designed and implemented with no thought that the casino was ever going to stay. It also did not include Benny's. While it was being implemented, no one thought that we would have to connect Benny's to a sewer line. At the same time, the city hired REG architects through a design process, and we did a charrette, what was going to happen with the casino reconstruction. And that ended up happening faster than the beach renourishment and the beach redevelopment project. Those two parts of the beach were never designed to complement each other. They do not work. In addition, I did the first financial analysis for the reconstruction of the casino that came out at $7.8 million. And the city said it cannot be over $6 million. So it was value engineered absolutely to death, to the point that the building does not really function that well, never achieved its LEED certification, and has some issues from the very beginning. It has never received its final CO because of the way it was designed. The beach pavilion with the bathrooms and the pools were supposed to be torn down and removed because the value of their being fixed up was deducted from the 50% rule to prevent the new building from being put on piles. None of the structure at the beach is on a pile. Even the new part that was added, that includes the bathrooms to the north, west side, and those to the south. There are going to be challenges for anyone to do any kind of development there. We have never had a thorough assessment of the condition of the retaining wall at the beach. That has been there, and to my knowledge, hasn't been substantially improved in probably 30 or 40 years. We have challenges with the pier. We have challenges with the Benny's building. A lot of the hard costs that is included in the Ziskovich study includes evaluating what we really can and cannot do up there without jeopardizing the parts that we want to keep. I don't think a P3 entity is going to investigate spending those hundreds of thousands of dollars to find out what we should have already known based on all the money we've already spent. And I've been involved with the city now, it's almost 16 years based on when the casino thing started. And you have studied a lot of things and gone around in circles on lots of stuff, but a lot of hard data and having evaluative, concrete information that is factual, which is often what Mr. McVoy mentions, you don't necessarily have. You don't have a summary of what is open to your constituents to have at the beach, whether it becomes just a great big beach park and we have lots more trees and whatever else. Anything that happens up there is going to have an impact that is likely somewhat unknown. You also have a specific zoning district there that just pertains to the beach that has very limited expandability. It limits how much retail space you can have. It actually limits the number of square feet that can be built. It has limits on height and a variety of other things. You also have an agreement with the county over the parking. And so there are a lot of things that need to be summarized in some concrete place versus an entire warehouse full of studies that has bits and pieces of it all over the place. No one has ever provided a concrete, real history of what the challenges, opportunities, threats, and benefits are at the beach. And I saw there's maybe it's not $700,000 worth of work, but there's a substantial amount of value that is going to cost you something to get a where are we today and what do we have?
Thank you.
Could I speak? Because I'd like to address, I think that Mr. Zaiskovic, pardon.
No, Mr. Before, you don't always have to be the first one. We have other lights on. So I'm going to 2 minutes. Mr. Segrich. Oh, we didn't do you yet. We didn't even do him yet.
No, he still has his 3 minutes, Madam Mayor.
Sorry about that. It's a lot to keep track of.
I thought your question of what is the point to be spot on, right? So, for me, looking at this, it's to put Lake Worth Beach on the map. It's to grant us a level of economic viability. It's to bolster our tax base and to leverage the asset that we have. Beyond that, I do think it might be a mistake to have this particular project or set of projects be the face of the referendum. I think something smaller like the golf course being the face of the referendum is an easier sell. I would like to see a line item breakdown of the hard costs, and what that is, so that we can kind of value engineer on some of the stuff and understand. Help me get to $700,000, right? I have no problem with us paying it if we understand what those costs actually are. Right now, it's a little bit nebulous. In terms of the structural, the engineering, the environmental, some of the things that Mr. Waters just brought up, I would agree. Those are vitally important for us to understand. And I think that's probably the most valuable aspect of what it is you guys would do. And if we can understand what those costs are, it will help us justify the $700,000 price tag. I would like to see if we can utilize some of the very recent tourist development work that came out doing market analysis and impact analysis that came out of the Palm Beaches.
Can they use that?
I'm sure they could. I'm sure they'd be willing to share it. And I don't feel we should be reinventing the wheel there. And I also don't think we're going to discover anything particular new that's not in there. We know people like to come to our beach. We know that restaurants are viable there. We know that it has economic viability. So I would hope we would be able to do some value engineering there and maybe leverage some of that stuff and partner with them and maybe even get some of their tourist development tax dollars flowing to us, because if they feel it's a project they're involved in, maybe they want to help with the price tag, because they're actively now looking for their big projects to bring to the Palm Beaches. And we could be one of those. So we'd love for us to do that. Jamie, I completely hear you on staff and that. And so, if the best decision is to have Ziskovich organize these charrettes and so on, I'm all for it. And I would like to just say, I'm all for us thinking big and out of the box on this. We've seen proposals where they're looking at the intercoastal, maybe with the marina, maybe the restaurants are down there. Maybe there's something where they put an amphitheater where the parking lot is. They cover the parking lot and make that a 5-acre green space and then do something else. So, my commentary is not about thinking big or anything. It's purely looking at this to be fiscally responsible and get us the best work product that we can. I think we will hit a certain point with this, though, where we're at the point where we understand what our vision is. And that's where I depart a little bit with this proposal. I don't necessarily think it's in our best financial interest to actually design out that vision. I think at that point, once we have that vision, putting that out to RFP for a P3 would make more economic sense. So for me, it's to what extent do we go down that design path? I'd rather see us be more just at the very visionary statement portion of it, so that we can then utilize the public resources that are going to come, the private resources that are going to come in and do a lot of this grand visioning and building design and stuff at no cost to the city.
Thank you. That's your 3 minutes. We didn't start with a motion, which was my mistake. And we have some things that we've been talking about adding, changing to them. Let me do my job. Taking out residential, take any meetings with us are not counted in terms of meetings.
Yeah, 4 meetings, minimal, and multi-language.
Itemizing a monthly bill. What else?
Before we get to a motion.
No, we've all had our say for now. Is there anything, Mr. Segrich, you'd like to add? Ms. May?
explore utilizing the Tourist Development Council's work product.
Are we adding that? Somebody write that down.
Well, I mean, that would be to Paul, right? Your part, is that something you would be amenable to? Looking at it? I mean, I don't know.
As Bernard, the answer is of course, and anything that we can do to reduce the cost, we're okay with it, as long as it works, right? As long as it's good material that feeds into what you need. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. So to encourage cooperation with Tourist Development Board. Okay. Ms. May?
No, I'm good.
Okay, Mr. McBoy, anything else you'd like to, not a statement, not a question, but anything else you'd like to add to the motion?
No, I would like to
Okay,
speak.
thank you.
I would,
No, you're not
no,
going
I would
to.
like to
Mr.
speak to what
McBoy's-
Mr. Sekowicz has
Mr.
said. I
Malega?
think okay, Bernard.
Ms. Malega is speaking now.
He made a very important.
And when I have a question, when I have a comment from Ms. Malega, I will consider other comments, but enough is enough. Ms. Malega was.
I believe we go by
Please
lifetime.
stop talking. I asked you a question, you're not answering it. Okay,
Now may I speak?
you have 1 minute.
You made a very good point. Do we need to be here? And I think the first thing we need to be doing as a commission is figure out what is the community's sort of scope. If hotels are off, if residential is off.
That's fine.
Can I please finish?
No, they're gonna do public comments, they've heard
Motions to hire or to do this with all of the changes that the mayor just said.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Nay.
Aye.
Wait, do we have a public comments?
Jamie said.
Oh, no, Jamie.
Oh my God, we were about to vote, Jamie.
Smile, Jamie.
Would it be pertinent to, based on all of the suggestions you guys threw out, go back through, select what we would like out of which tasks in here? I can put this on another agenda, like for the 15th or something like that.
With a cost for each thing?
We can get with Bernard and company and see what we can do. So at least we have a click, because right now, the way the motion's made, we're gonna have to filter back through each of your comments and try to make sure that we understand exactly what part of what task you're wanting to pull. It would be a lot easier if we could just pull from that and bring it back in a clean document. So you guys can all say, okay, this is exactly what we talked about. This is exactly what we agreed to. There's nothing in here we don't want. Everything in here is that we do want. And then it's very clean that way.
So we're gonna do it as.
So I can repeal my
We
motion.
would bring this back as task order number 1 that has been modified from the current task order you're looking at,
Right.
based on what we have heard.
So a draft will come before us well before the meeting for us to see if everything's in there that we're looking for.
That is correct.
Okay.
And I will get
Are you guys okay
William
with that?
and with Zistovich, and we will.
Not you, them.
Another suggestion too, not to make, but I love making mud because I grew up on a pig farm. What the Commissioner Sedgwick brought up with the Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Tourism Development Board, they did interview us several years ago. I think it was actually before COVID hit, and we did not have great participation in what do they do for us? We don't have a hotel. We now have a hotel coming. And if I'm not mistaken, what happens at that beach may be of financial interest to them. And we should go to them and ask them, can they help us pay for this?
Okay.
We do have bed tax dollars that go that I don't know if any of them ever come back. It's that we've got a page and a booklet. And if we could get even 25% of it paid by them, it's 25% our constituents don't have to pay for it.
Sure.
And we might be able to have an answer for that by the time we bring it back on the 15th, which as of right now, I won't be here. So if you need me, pick my head before 11. I love the 11th of July, but I'll be back on the 17th.
Thank you. That's a good idea.
That's a good idea.
Jamie, we also had the tourist master plan that we did in 2020, 21.
That's one of the things that I'm
Yeah.
referencing.
Yeah,
They're part
that,
of.
where we actually spent money and went out to the community and asked the community what they wanted the city to look like. And then we never did anything with it.
Right.
So maybe we could use that as well.
Okay, so you're gonna rescind your motion?
I withdraw my motion, yes.
If I'm not mistaken, is the guy that's in
Withdraw a
charge
second.
of all that coming to give you a presentation at a commission meeting coming up soon?
We didn't hide.
He's the marketing arm
Okay.
of that, but yes,
I saw his name was on.
Yeah.
they'll be here in July.
Who? The Tourist Development Board?
Not the board members, but the marketing Discover the Palm Beaches will be here to
Okay.
talk about
Good.
all of that stuff.
Okay. So we don't have a motion, but let's start over again. So the motion then would be to postpone this to a time certain,
July 15th.
July 15th.
Does it make sense time certain? Because they're gonna need some time to figure out that stuff. I think we should have William here. One of the pieces that I heard from William was there is value to certain information. The question I would ask to William is this information that you need, and it would be to you too, Bernard. If you know that certain things are off the table based on the public input, then hard information that would only be valued to those off the table things also probably would only do those. I don't know what that set is. Maybe we need all of it, but between the two of you, I think you could figure out. You sort of have a sense of what things might be off the table or likely to be. That could then guide which of the things that we do really need to pay for. Because I agree that having some hard information, I just want to make sure it's information that's only useful if we're going directions.
Thank you. Okay, so bring it back on the 15th with the suggestions. But I would
The
ask.
15th is, you don't,
Possibly on the 15th, we will obviously I'll go with Wood,
Okay.
we'll go through everything. It might end up being August 5th,
Okay,
which is the next meeting after the
I
15th.
try to be able to Zoom, but I will have dogs in a hotel room.
Madam Mayor,
yes, ma'am.
the July 15th agenda is already packed.
Okay. So August,
I mean, if you waive the rules and we go till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, we might get through everything.
that's not fair to anybody. 'Cause
No,
you
we're
can
not
see the
doing that.
frustration.
Okay, so August 5th. We'll be back on August 5th. We're going to take and I would like to get as early as possible the draft so that we can look at it before, just so we don't have this again when we come on August 5th. We have a clear direction with no questions. Okay, good luck.
Do we have to make a motion? then?
Go ahead.
You need a motion for that, or I have to give them direct.
Make a motion to come back with it at time certain or for the August 5th with changes as suggested.
Second,
All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much.
motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.